Hello, folks. So lovely to see you guys today. My name is Dustin Cormier. Welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, we are going to be delving into a beloved rising sign of mine. Not of mine, but I've always known people with Virgo risings. They're beautiful people. Woo, that's my phone. I myself have Jupiter and Venus in Virgo. They're two benefics, so I often get along very well with Virgo rising people. I got lots of Earth stuff happening in my own chart, and so I often get along very well with Virgos. So, I'm very glad for you, my Virgo friend, or perhaps you're somebody who's watching who wants to get to know a Virgo rising friend or loved one better. Welcome. Today we're going to be discussing the subject in the fullest detail. We're going to be going through several texts. One of them being Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabel M. Hickey. We're going to get a little bit from there. It's a Western text, but I tend to, since there's so much of in the Western world already on rising signs, I'm of course a tropical Vedic astrologer. So a lot of the times when you're going to watch me on a video, you're going to be hearing the Vedic take. Of course, being a tropical practitioner, that means that I don't pull the signs back 23 degrees. So if you use Placidus, if you use Campanus, or anything that is tropical based, I don't pull the signs back 23 degrees. But the world of Vedic interpretation of the astrology chart has so much more going on than just that sidereal measurement. Sidereal Vedic is a whole different thing. But I digress. We're going to be going through a little bit of some Western readings as well as some Vedic readings. One of them is Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. You know, the big difference really when it comes to the rising sign, we talk about house lords. There's a lot to be uncovered in terms of how the house cusps fall into what's called, it's kind of like the equal house system. Or for a picture of Virgo, we see Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Now that's, of course, for everybody, Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. Now if you're a Virgo rising, that means that Capricorn is your fifth sign from the Lagna, fifth sign from the rising sign. Aquarius is the sixth sign from the rising sign. So we call them the lords, the fifth lord and the sixth lord. Saturn is the fifth lord and the sixth lord for Virgo. And we can see that in our little picture here. The fifth house rulership is Saturn and the sixth house rulership is Aquarius. Now, there's a whole lot to be said about, like you can have your fifth house cusp fall into Sagittarius. That would mean that you've got a blend of fifth house themes within the fourth lord, within the fourth sign from the Lagna. So I just wanted that's a whole lot, and that's not for this video to describe, but I want people to just get a sense of that before we start moving on. Because this is how the Vedic people think of what makes a rising sign what it is. Virgo is how Virgo is because its fifth lord, Saturn, also shares rulership of the sixth house. We're going to talk about that as we get along to it. So we're going to do a reading from Light on Life. It's my guy, Robert E. Svoboda, as well as Heart to Foul. And we're also going to get some readings from Ernst Wilhelm, as well as my own personal notes taken from my 4-year apprenticeship with RYAN KURCZAK'S. That would be Asheville Vedic Astrology. You can look in the description, go to the bottom. If you want to join RYAN KURCZAK'S Tropical Vedic Astrology Apprenticeship, you can find a link in the bottom below. As well, you can also find links to all the books that I've just mentioned in the description box as well. So without further ado, folks, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. We've already got a few viewers. watching and hanging out with us. This is a live stream, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. So feel free as we go along, if you want to ask me any questions, if you want to say hi, if you want to make any points that you'd like me to just speak to, I'll do my best to speak to them as fits the flow of the conversation that I got happening. So let's start rocking and rolling in here, folks. I got a little presentation, as I tend to have happening every time I do these things. Let's start off talking about the ruling aspect of Virgo, which is, of course, Mercury. Now this, of course, I should say before we start, this comes from Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabel M. Hickey. This is a Western text. This is one of the first books I've ever read. I got into it because of Jimmy Page, who highly recommends this book. It's amazing because it goes through the symbols of astrology. It goes through the symbols of the planets in particular, which for me is some of the best knowledge available. Now, my microphone has been playing with me lately. Check, 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 check. Okay, sounds like I'm good. If at any time my mic cuts out, I would appreciate if anybody let me know, because that happened the other day and it freaked me out. So let's see if we can make that not happen. Yeah, this little bit of information comes from Astrology, a Cosmic Science, and you can find, if you like what you hear here, you can find a link to that book in the description below. So let's get into it. This is Symbolism of the Planetary Glyphs. This comes from Isabel Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. The basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs are represented by these. You'll notice that all the symbols for the planets that we know in the Western world come out of three different things. It's a circle, a crescent, and a cross. You'll probably start to realize that Mercury has all these things: the crescent, the circle, and the cross, right? The circle represents that which is boundless, eternal, infinite, without beginning, and without end. It is often represented by the serpent swallowing its own tail. It's the eternal spirit of the sun and of pure, undivided, unfragmented energy. The crescent represents the personality, half the circle, the outer aspect of being. So it's like everybody has the potential to be the sun. All Gemini suns are the same in some level, but the moon sign shows what is the personality. It's like the little sliver of the earth self that is coming through, or rather the emotional personality that's coming through the potentials of the sun. Now the cross, wherever found, symbolizes earth living. It's the opposition between the human and the divine. The cross is the signature of our planet. We are the rebel angels that set our will against the will of God in order to learn to be gods in our own right. It's a pretty psychedelic little phrase there from this Western astrologer. So here we have Mercury. So how's Mercury built up? Mercury is the link of mind. Again, this is coming from a Western writer. Here, all three symbols are shown. The cross, it's a symbol of earth manifestation. The circle in the middle, it's the symbol of spirit. And the crescent, it's the cup that symbolizes the uplifted personality. The symbol for Mercury in Vedic reckoning is Buddha, and it also is Buddhi, a certain type of intelligence. It's an intelligence that can play on all the different aspects of the embodied human consciousness. It is playful about its needs for spirit. It is playful about its needs for material manifestation. And it's playful about its needs for emotional connection. Mercury and all people ruled by Mercury and all things mercurial will often have what's called this playboy aspect. And before we even get into the Western thing, I just want to kind of underline this a little bit. Mercury in all systems is considered to be like this playboy. Ernst Wilhelm does a very good job talking about Mercury in his own personal YouTube channel, The Habits of Mercury. I highly recommend that. And he talks about this playfulness. You know, it's kind of like when we think of Mercury, we think of the Buddha. The Buddha he was basically born of rich parents. And those rich parents gave him anything that he wanted. He could go and he could essentially just play in the palace, be with his concubines and his lovely women who would take care and massage him and pat his hair and give him all this luxurious treatment. And the Buddha saw all of this and he was like, okay. When he got to a certain age, he said he just got this feeling that he wanted to play with more than just the luxury that he was given. He wanted to be open to the possibility of realities outside of the reality that he knew. So he looked at he went behind his parents' back and he went to his favorite guide, you know, his sort of a mentor of his, who was also a servant of the Buddha, because the Buddha was the prince. And the Buddha said, my friend, my mentor, let's go to the city. I want to see the city. The mentor was like, I don't know, Siddhartha. Your parents don't really want you going and seeing what's in the city. Siddhartha, the Buddha, said, I don't care. Let's go. We got to go see what I have to. I'm playful about the reality that I'm in. I know that there's more. I have to see it. So they go, and what does the Buddha see? He sees a sick man. And the Buddha says, what is that? And his mentor says, well, this man is sick. Not everybody is actually invincible like you might think that you are, like you've been told that you are. And then he sees a dying man. And he sees an old man or a dying man. And the Buddha says, what is that? And the mentor says, this man is dying because we don't actually all live forever here on this planet. The Buddha had no idea. It's a painful reality, but he needed to hear it. So when Ernst Wilhelm talks about this playfulness of the playboy Mercury, this is what Mercury is. It's always being able to flip things on its own sides in Virgo's case especially, in order to fully experience something for the person's self. This is why Virgos can be good psychologists, they can be good counselors, because Virgos have an understanding of what each person is portraying in the totality of themselves. Virgo is the 12th from Libra. It is the seeing fully the internal dynamics of what each person is wanting to do with themselves. They're very open to the nature of the personality in everyone that they deal with. This is part of Virgo's nature. It's when we talk about the playboy thing or the playgirl thing, what we're talking about is trying on everything by Virgo's own fingers, feeling what actually feels good to me. Gemini tries on ideas, Virgo tries on realities and people and circumstances and situations. It's the earthy dimension of Mercury. So this is the essence of Mercury in a lot of ways. It represents, in the system of dashas, there's a certain type of dasha, and it's called Nisargika dasha, and it represents certain ages that each person, all of us, go through. This is an important lesson that I'm going to do a video on eventually, where, for example, the age of the moon is from 0 to 2. If you have a good moon, you're going to have a good time from 0 to 2. You're going to program good things there. Then the age of Mars is from 2, the terrible 2s, Mars, to about 6. And you're becoming territorial. You're gripping your nervous and muscular system. And you're saying, this is my candy. And Mom says, no, you can't have that candy. These are my toys. These are my things. That's Mars, from 2 to 6. Then from 6 to 12, just before puberty, is the area of Mercury. Mercury is learning what you want to do with your life. Who are you before you hit puberty? Would you like to educate yourself? How would you like to learn? What you are in your childlike nature? And what are you willing to try on in a mental way? In a, an experiential way. After 12, we're all interested in puberty. We're all interested in trying on people as romantic partners. But before you even try on a romantic partner, Mercury is trying on a friend. Mercury is about friendship. So this is kind of how this sort of unfolds for everybody. Mercury is trying experiences on at a mental and felt level, especially for Virgo's case. Gemini and Virgo are both stemming from Leo and Cancer. There's Leo and Cancer, and then go to the left and right of Leo and Cancer, it's Gemini and Virgo. And then it's Libra and Taurus. And I don't know if you've ever thought of things that way, but that's how the Vedic people think of it. Leo and Cancer are the crown chakra, and then Gemini and Virgo are the throat chakra. Experiencing, vocalizing, I want to try this, I want to try this. And if you have a good Mercury, you will do what you're supposed to be doing, which is vocalizing when things don't feel right, and vocalizing when things do feel right, and trying them on, talking about them, exploring the level of communication that is, the time-binding circuit of symbols, trying symbols on. I could go forever on this sort of thing, but I want to stick to my presentation. But this is the key tone of Mercury, and therefore it's also a key tone of the life of Virgo, trying things on, researching, experimenting. In particular, while Gemini explores objectively, Gemini's a good business person in terms of it doesn't really think of the people around it. Gemini is antagonized by the people around it because it's more thinking of trying, I'm going to make whoever's with me work, and I'm going to think about some clever things to bring to whoever's around me. Virgo is more conscious of the people, the team around it. Virgo is the one talking to, this is why people say that Virgos are neurotic and they're critical and they're nitpicky. It's because Virgo, what they're really doing is being very clear and open and playful about the blind spots in the group. It's like you're in a band and one person has a certain philosophy and the other person has a certain philosophy that are bound to bash heads. But everyone's like, yeah, no, they're fine right now. They're okay. The Virgo is the one saying, I think that these two are going to clash heads. If we invest in a business together, 3 years down the road, there's going to be resentment between these two unless this thing is talked about. And if no one's talking about it, Virgo seems like the nitpicky, why do you got to bring it up, Virgo? Because it's going to blow up later. Because Virgo builds things that are meant to last. Virgo will try on that situation, but they'll also be playful about talking about the splinters that could end up ruining a group collective endeavor or a relationship endeavor. All their relationships, Virgos are the earthy aspect of being playful about communicating, about the dire details that are going to either make it last or that are going to make it fall apart. This is why we love Virgos. They are the glue that puts the salve that bonds the holes of any pot, of any copper pot, of any vehicle, of any vessel that's trying to carry our divine energy towards its objective goals. It's the second house from Leo in an interesting way when you think about it. But I digress. Let's continue now and go back to our conversation about Isabel M. Hickey's depiction of the symbolism of the Mercury glyph. Again, Mercury is playful in how it applies the crescent of the personality, the circle of spirit, and the cross of material necessity that has to be dealt with. Mercury is the planet ruling intellect and intelligence, buddhi. Not necessarily the brain mechanism that is ruled by the moon. That's manas. There's like, the moon is like the instinctive emotional in mind, and Mercury is the objective mind. Mercury is the link between heaven and earth. Hermes, as it is called, as I'm sure we're going to see, yeah. Both heaven and earth are within us. The intellect, buddhi, is the link between the soul, the circle, and the personality, the crescent. Mercury has rulership over the nervous system. All communication, within and without, is possible only through Mercury. He is called Winged Hermes, the messenger of the gods, for he travels ceaselessly and does not travel a one-way street. He tends to excite activity. He uses everything in the outer as well as in the inner world as grist for growth and progress. Mercury is neither female nor male, but a neuter planet that acts as a mirror to reflect whatever is in its vicinity. In insanity, he withdraws from the magnetic field, and the connection between the soul and the body is severed. So that's an insane person, doesn't have Mercury, that doesn't have the nervous system connection to the whole psychosomatic system of the magnetic field of human consciousness between the soul and the body. It's an interesting little bit there from Isabel M. Hickey. So wherever Mercury is placed in the birth chart is the area where attention and awareness must be focused and techniques and skills learned. This is true for all of us. In a personal chart, Mercury represents intellect and intelligence, logic and reasoning power, perception, communication, speaking and writing, educational capacity, brothers and sisters, techniques and skills, youth, short journeys. See, in a lot of the ways, this represents that time in life from 6 to 12. You know, we bond with our brothers and sisters before we hit puberty. Like, our brothers and sisters are a part of us. It's a part of our basic sense of self. When you go out and meet a partner, who they're meeting is partly yourself as well as your brothers and sisters and your family and how you get along with them. Mercury is there first before Venus comes along. Mercury rules nerves, lungs, shoulders, arms, and hands. And it rules Gemini and Virgo. So, let's just take another little bite from Isabel M. Hickey and just look a little bit on what Isabel M. Hickey says about the sign of Virgo. She's got a little depiction here on describing Virgo on the ascendant. Of course, I'm reading directly from the book now. This is talking about Virgo on the ascendant. What can we expect from a person who has Virgo on the ascendant? Virgo ascendant is ingenious, active, and they have an alert mind. I'm sorry that my nose is a little bit stuffed right now. It's very, very inconvenient timing. Thanks for your patience in that regard. Virgos are ingenious, active, and they have an alert mind. Quiet, unassuming, shy in manner. They're never crude or coarse in their personality. They're really thinking and feeling the vibrations of what is spoken, especially. But personality, the aspect of personality that is conveyed vibrationally, relates with the throat chakra. That's Virgo and Gemini. But Gemini will speak, is an air sign. It's almost masculine. It'll speak just to speak. Virgo will listen to everything, and it only likes to speak in order to convey something concise. They are thoughtful, albeit somewhat self-centered, because of how the earth aspect of Virgo resonates here. It's not necessarily a selfish self-centeredness. Everybody can use a little bit of self-awareness in the way that Virgo conveys. They always look 10 years younger than they are, no matter what their age. This fact often helps to rectify a chart where timing is concerned. These people are very restless and nervous, so seldom do they have much weight on them. They are practical, analytical, and methodical in all they do. Sometimes indecisive and unsure, especially if Mercury is in a mutable sign. I'm going to bring this down here. I know you guys know what the book is. So if Mercury is in a mutable sign, the Virgo can be very indecisive, kind of not sure if they want to go this way or this way. Virgo is like that as a mutable rising sign. And if its rising sign Lord is also in a mutable sign, there's going to be an ability to play both sides of things a lot, but ultimately it will make them very amenable to not picking, trying to please everybody but ending up pleasing nobody. This is something they should look for. Unless Mercury is in Virgo, it's going to still have that, but Mercury does very well in Virgo, typically. There's a need to learn to digest every experience and assimilate it without rancor or resentment. Virgo relates to digestion. You can learn a lot about Virgo rising by looking up Virgo Swamsha in Vedic sense. But this is ultimately all Virgos need to learn at some point, that they are the digestive acid, the digestive stomach of the cosmic person. And their rising sign is doing this for themselves and for everybody. And it's probably going to be experienced as an important theme for them. Digesting and dissecting data for people. That's why they make good counselors. They can make good financial counselors, as well as psychologists, and psychologists for their friends. If they're not discerning, they can end up being the psychologist for all their friends, you know. There is a need in the Virgo to get rid of a negativity that stems from a feeling of inadequacy. They are refined in conduct and demeanor. It is possible, especially for Virgo rising men, for them to be feeling like, because they are an earth sign and they're a mutable sign, that's tough to do what is typically conveyed as masculine, which is Leo, fixed fire, having a fixed, solid path of their own in life. But every man has the sun in their own chart, and being a Virgo rising is not going to make that impossible or even obstructed. But there's a tendency that whatever your fixed thing is, it's going to involve being a adaptive, mechanical minded, you know. It's like a mechanic that can kind of do everything and will take on any sort of task instead of specializing one way. But again, that, you know, your ability to specialize in one way in something is not conveyed just by your rising sign. It's your Jupiter, it's your Sun, it's your Mars. It's a whole different part of the galactic cosmos of the self. But whatever you choose, it'll probably be something that has mutability, that has you taking in a person or a situation and digesting the circumstances around it, the elements within it, and organizing it in a way that can lead to clarity for the people involved. You know, like a diagnostician of a physician is a very specific path in life, but it involves diagnosis, which is so multi-ended. It could go so many ways, you know? I hope this is clarifying. Virgo, 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 Virgo. We love you so much. Now, there's so many ways and places that we can go with a video like this. I, of course, am going to stick with my blueprint until I need to go outside of said blueprint. I've got my little presentation here, so I'm going to keep rolling with that. I'm wondering if I could just blow my nose here. If you guys will just give me one moment, I'm going to mute my microphone here. Winter does not want me to win right now. So I hope you guys have been enjoying this so far. Now we're going to get a little bit more specific about what makes a Virgo a Virgo. The first thing we got to talk about is the friendship groupings of a planet, because this is going to give us the basic, one of the necessary fundamental backdrops that make up Virgo's relationship with its house lords. Now we can see, of course, how it typically goes is that every rising sign has a first house, a fifth house, and a ninth house. We can see that there is a split here between the planets that rule the material embodied aspects of the soul. It's Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. Saturn is basic earthly realities. Mercury is the communication between the soul and the external world. Venus is the relationship, the energy that we have between ourselves and other people. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn all rule earth and air signs. The spirit, or the inner soul, is ruled by the fire and water signs: Leo, Cancer, Aries and Scorpio, Sagittarius and Pisces. These are the fire and water signs, right? We can see this dichotomy here. Venus rules Libra and Taurus, air and earth. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. Saturn rules Aquarius, in Vedic and ancient astrology. The primary ruler of Aquarius has always been Saturn. Some say that in the Western tradition that Uranus is the secondary ruler of Aquarius, but Saturn primarily rules Aquarius and Capricorn. It's air and earth. So we see there's a dichotomy here between these three planets and the other side, which is more emotional and soul oriented, although this all has to do with the soul. It all blends there, you know. The sun and moon rule Leo and Cancer. Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces. Now, this isn't often conveyed in Western astrology. People don't tend to see this dichotomy. One of the reasons we don't see this dichotomy really in Western astrology is because Western astrology doesn't take that much importance with regards to friendship groupings. These three tend to be friends, and they tend to also have the other side for enemies. And this is the thing about that people say about Vedic astrology that kind of is very different from the West, is that there is a tendency in Vedic astrology to have more malefic placements. Although, of course, a malefic placement is just meaning like a tough placement. You know, you can have Mercury in a sign ruled by an enemy, and that's a tough placement, and you're going to have hard karma associated with that. All it means is that that's a spot that you've got to clarify in yourself. We are blessed to have karmas, which we as sage-like people can apply the resolution consciousness of transcendental oneness with all things and move through our difficult karmas with a sense of inner equilibrium, so that after this lifetime passes, those karmas will not have been acted on and new karmas will be installed in their place. This is how the Vedic people think of things. So we know that Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun rule the fire signs. Jupiter, Mars, and the Moon rule the water signs: Pisces, Scorpio, and Cancer. Then we have the Earth trine, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury, as well as the air trine, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. So this means that Mercury typically tends to have Venus and Saturn as harmonious planets, although Saturn is an interesting and not necessarily friendly planet to Mercury. Rather, it's neutral. Mercury is a very interesting planet. When you look up the friendships of most of these planets, as I've said, it'll usually be like, you know, the divide will be very clear. Most of Venus's friends are on this side, and most of its enemies are on this side. Most of Saturn's friends are on this side, and its enemies are on this side. Mercury is funny because it actually has the sun for a friend. We know this because the sun, the circle, is one of the aspects of what Mercury is holding down. Mercury is the blending of the inner soul with the outer reality. So that's why the Mercury has the Sun for a friend and Venus for a friend. If Mercury is in Taurus, or if it's in Libra, or if it's in Leo, Mercury is in the sign of a friend and it has extra strength thereby. If Mercury is in the same sign as the Sun, as long as it's not combust, Mercury gains strength from the power of the Sun, because then the power to play, as Mercury wants to do, is an impulsion from the soul to discover what the soul wants on this planet. But you could say this kind of thing about all of them. Mercury has the moon for an enemy. When Mercury is conjunct the moon, when Mercury is trine the moon, if the moon has enough strength to damage Mercury, and if Mercury is in the sign of Cancer, what happens is that the ability to play is squashed by the emotions, by an unconscious emotional attachment to certain ways of being and thinking and wanting your reality to be. It often happens when you have anything, it'd be called a Lajatati Avashta, when the moon is involved with Mercury, especially when they're conjunct. What happens is that the moon, if the moon has enough strength, there's an emotional compulsion that says, I have felt things to be this way before, and I want them to continue being this way. This stops Mercury's ability to think objectively about situations, because Mercury can't think clearly if there's an emotional impulse that says, I expect this to go a certain way. I will only feel joyful if the data says this. Well, guess what kind of data you're going to find? You're going to find only what you expected, only what you hoped for, but you might be skewing the numbers unconsciously. This is what happens when Mercury is with the moon. Damages one's ability to fully play with the limits of their reality and their situation. So I hope that's been clarifying. We're going to talk next. We're going to start getting into the nature of Virgo Rising as a rising sign. And we're going to start talking about what all the planets mean to Virgo Rising, not just Mercury. And as usual, folks, this is a live stream. Feel free to ask any questions. If anybody would like this to go anywhere, I'll do my best to answer them as they come along. So far, it looks like we've all just been okay hearing us talk about the nature of Virgo and of Mercury. So let's press on further. This is going to be a lesson talking about why Virgo is the way it is. Why is Virgo the way it is? It's because Libra rules the second house, because Venus rules the second house and the ninth house. Excuse me. It's because Mars rules the third house and the eighth house. It's because Jupiter rules the fourth house and the seventh house. It's because Saturn rules the fifth house and the sixth house. This is kind of what we're getting into here. So bear with me. This is a little bit of a Vedic lesson, but I think if you're watching, you're going to be glad that you went through this in order to see a little bit extra data about what Virgo is all about on the other end. So let's get into it. These are the planetary lords. This is my introduction. Every ascendant has auspicious, meaning lucky or prosperous, and inauspicious, unlucky house lords. These are every planet, because of the friendships we've already described. Every rising sign has planets that are useful and planets that bring a little bit of difficulty. For every light, for every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. This makes sense because the world is imperfect, and we are perfect souls within ourselves. We are pure Shiva beyond astrology. But in order for us to act in the world of 666, of material impermanence, we must lend our hand to the imperfection of the world, where every light has a shadow, every dimension has an opposite dimension, every color has another oppositional color on the spectrum of light. So, what you have to understand is that you don't want to fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets, because everybody ultimately deals with the same number of cards in the deck. This is why I often say that astrology is kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons game. If you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons before, it's a game where nobody can technically be absolutely like stronger than anybody else. The makers of those games made it so that it's like an RPG game, where no class could technically be stronger or weaker than any other class. If they did that, everybody would just pick that class in the game, and then they would always win, and the game would be no fun. There's actually an even playing field, even though the mage is stronger with his magic, but he's weaker with his physicality. The barbarian is strong muscularly, but they have weak magic power. It's the same way with astrology. Each rising sign has strengths, but those strengths are bound to convey a lack of light going towards the shadowy aspects that they don't inherently focus on. So this is why everybody's playing with the same cards in the deck. And when it comes to, I'm a Leo rising and I got a lot of Virgo energy. So I vibe with you Virgos in the sense that I like to see what is wrong and look right at it quickly, clearly, delineate the problems in a situation so that there are no problems. Vedic astrology is conducive to this because it's honest about when there could be problems in a person's karma. There is much more susceptibility to difficult karma through the language of Vedic astrology than there is to the Western. The Western world, because it doesn't have friendships and enemies in this way, it doesn't talk about the possibility for these difficulties. And you always have to consider that even if you've got a huge difficulty, all sages consider the worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. It's like a yogi who hasn't stretched his limbs for a long time. It's like, you've developed stagnant fascia in the tendons and muscle lining of your body. That sucks because you've got less movement, but the good news is it's that much more satisfying to stretch it and release it and work through it. This is why yoga goes much farther than just physical yoga. The word yoga applied to physicality means the fascia and all these things, but yoga can also apply to the very subtle aspects of astral karma in the soul. And that was in fact its first intended use, that word. So, what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant? That's the lagna. Whenever you hear me use the word lagna, I don't mean lasagna. I am talking about the ascendant, the rising sign. So, what do the planetary lords mean? What is a planetary lord? The ascendant, or the rising sign, is the life path. It's numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. Can you guys see me here? I better check. Yep. Good. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime on Earth. Remember, the rising sign is conveyed, all the planets are all out there in a certain spot, revolving around the sun through its own karmic way. The rising sign is the spinning of Earth. It's our filter for the karmas conveyed by the planets and their signs. You can have somebody born with the planets in the exact same place as you, but if they're born 2 hours later, they have a completely new astral filter. They are a certain color. The colors of all the planets reflecting back at them, they take them through a different filter, through a different lens because they're a different rising sign if they were born 2 hours later. So the rising sign is the first filter. It's the first, from Earth's perspective, the rising sign is like, it's like the Earth sign. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart, rather the first filter of cosmic light. So, the auspiciousness or goodness of a planet, because all planets are really just what they are. They kind of have a fixed nature. Whether a planet is good or bad depends on the nature of the soul or the intention of the consciousness using it. Even cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own ways. It's like Mars and Saturn. These are two, ultimately, even the sun is considered a hard, malefic planet. It's harsh. When it's with other planets, it burns them up. And wherever the sun is, there's karmic difficulty that you've got to move through in order to become embodied in the full strength of what the sun represents. Different signs are going to deal with this in different ways, depending on the rising sign. Even the auspicious planets, the easygoing planets, have a relationship in this way. Certain planets take to the auspiciousness of one planet or another in better ways. For example, for Virgo, Jupiter rules the 4th and the 7th house. It's kind of sort of neutral, but ultimately kind of inauspicious. The pushy, buoyant, lucky, benevolent nature of Jupiter can get Virgo into trouble with regards to the houses that Jupiter rules. We're going to talk about that, although Jupiter's ultimately a very benefic planet, so it's going to be very positive trouble that Jupiter can get Virgo into. But we're going to get there when we get there. The planets have a fixed nature, but each person's rising sign nature wields the planets differently. And they expand their life force through each of these planets differently according to the instincts of the rising sign, the ascendant. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It all comes down to the intention. What is the tone? What is the rising sign doing? So this is where this all comes from. This is where the idea of good houses, good signs, good planets to a rising sign comes from. Why is one planet for Virgo better than another planet? Why is Venus better than Saturn for Virgo, even though Saturn actually rules the 5th house? We're going to explain what's going on here. These are general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. And I should say at this point, this is something that you can't really see except by... Oh my gosh, I have a whole bunch of people chatting with me and I didn't even realize it. Okay, well folks, you guys have been chatting with me all this time and I didn't even realize it. Great. Okay, I feel like I should do a quick little spin and see what you guys have been saying here, just because I've been intended for these to be... I'm going to do that. But first, let's just say we are about to look at the general rules that make up why it is that one planet might be more auspicious than another planet. Why is it that Venus is a better planet to Virgo than Saturn is, Saturn being neutral? There are rules for it, and it all really comes from the very, very ancient sage known as Parashara. This is Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. It's the gospel book of Hindu astrology. And there's many translations of this. This is a great English translation. And ultimately, anybody who's going to be conveying this knowledge is going to be conveying it through, at least these bare bones are conveyed through Parashara. But there's many of these different guys, many of these different Indian sages who convey knowledge in their different ways. So everybody, I'm just going to take a quick moment. Probably going to say a lot of hellos here. Natalia, it's nice to see you. Hello. Teresa is hanging out. And Teresa has mentioned that my teacher, RYAN KURCZAK'S, has Virgo Rising. I do believe that is correct. He's a beauty myself. That's why I love hanging out with him. And Teresa, you are my sunshine too. So, did this full moon. Natalia says that she's been enjoying my teaching. I appreciate it. Venus in Retro Tarot says that she's grateful to have Virgo Rising, and I'm glad to hear that. Dustin, if Mercury is in the same sign as the sun, does it matter if Mercury is at a higher degree than the sun or a lower degree? Susie Underwood has asked, if Mercury is in the same sign as the sun, does it matter if Mercury is at a higher degree than the sun or a lower degree? Susie, my friend, I'm sorry, you probably asked that question a while back. I'm only catching up to these questions now. I would say the Vedic people think that there's nothing, a planet isn't necessarily stronger just because it's got higher degrees in a sign. It all depends on the, it doesn't really matter. I would say in terms of whether the sun, what I was saying at that moment is that the sun and Mercury, when they're in the same sign, Vedic people consider that when two planets are in the same sign, it's considered a conjunction. It's not like a Western conjunction where they're within 10 degrees of each other. Now, if they're in the same sign, then Mercury and the sun are both channeling through the same dispositor. If Mercury is at 2 degrees of Capricorn and the sun is at 29 degrees of Capricorn, the sun is helping that Mercury. If they are within 10 degrees of each other, then the sun is going to combust that Mercury, and that will be almost very strongly negated. And then that sun will be damaging that Mercury. I'd say it's probably closer to within like 7 degrees is when it's really cooking. And that Mercury is going to be harmed by the sun, because the sun harms whatever it touches within 7 to 10 degrees of orb by combustion. Whether they're farther in the degrees, there's a whole world of Vedic stuff there that I can't really convey in this video, Susie. Now we're being asked, what about Mercury and Capricorn? Mercury and Capricorn is a neutral placement for Mercury. Sorry, Tristy, and I'm taking so long to get to that question. Mercury wouldn't necessarily be too stoic and crude in Capricorn. It would just be neutral, because that stoicness might allow it to be rational about how playful it can be. So it's not bursting into... this is Mercury and Capricorn we're talking about, folks. Saturn will refine it a little bit. It's not its favorite placement. It won't be as playful and savvy about adaptation and managing things as it should be, but it's not one of the worst places for Mercury. So, there is also a question of whether Virgo tends to be quiet. Virgo is not always quiet. Virgo can be a firecracker. It really depends, as, Venus in Retro Tarot has asked the question, or is referring the question that was asked, is Virgo always quiet? Are they always meek and humble in this sort of way? Not necessarily. But by sign, they're an Earth rising sign on the rising. They tend to be sort of like more modest, because they don't want to jump right out and say things right away. Although if you've got Mercury in like a fire sign, if you've got Mercury in Leo and you're a Virgo rising, it's gonna come right out of you whenever you want to say something that's important. But Virgo rising by its nature tends to be demure, kind of pulled back. They love when they have got something snappy and resonant to say. They love putting people in their place when that needs to be done. So really the side that you see of a Virgo rising depends on the other planets in the chart. But by their nature, they do tend to be drawn back, and they don't like to say something unless they're sure that it's going to resonate with some kind of logic and reason that everybody can kind of feel the vibratory truth of. So they'll usually wait until they can make a statement like that they're sure is going to be well received and understood in that sense. So, thank you, Susie. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Now, folks, now we can see my live chat. I can see my live chat. Sorry about that. I'm glad to see you guys have actually been here all this time. I thought that I was just cruising and surfing. I can see that I had viewers. I just couldn't see my live chat, but now I do. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Venus and Retro Tarot, I'm glad that you enjoyed that. I am Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. We've been rolling through. Now we're going to be discussing what it is by Vedic reckoning that defines the auspicious and inauspicious houses for every rising sign. So how this rolls is, again, this comes from Parashara. This is an ancient Vedic sage who had perfect clandestine vision and understanding. But you'll notice that there is a logic, a numerological logic to what makes a good house and a bad house, and the lords of those houses having the positive or auspicious or inauspicious nature to the rising sign. It's a beautiful numerology that you really got to get into Vedic astrology in order to see how and why these rules play out the way they do. Let's see if you guys can go through this with me and vibe to what is said based on what's given. Virgo risings will definitely attract your rising sign tends to attract anybody with certain placements there. I've got Virgo rising too there, Tristy, and I've been attracted to Virgo people, and I can understand what you're saying. But ultimately, I like to convey that even if somebody has a debilitated planet, like I do very much, there can be so many things conveyed outside of just a planet and its sign that can give redemption to that planet. But ultimately, you as a Virgo rising, I completely understand what you're saying. I'm a Leo, and I attract lots of people with lots of things in Leo that don't always work out great. But, you and I probably both know you got to feel a person out before we don't want to be astral racist, Oh, you've got Saturn in Leo? Pfft, I don't want to deal with you. That is not how I would say is the way you want to go. Use astrology as, relationship astrology is its own thing, and I do abide by it. But I always feel people out before I make any kind of statement of whether I'd want them in my crew, in my energy field, Let the person's energy speak for itself, because people can be evolved at different levels despite any gunk that is obvious inside their astrology chart, right? I digress. Teresa, I don't know if maybe you're raising your hand. Oh, cool. Okay, so I think you're just saying hi there, Teresa. Feel free to let me know if I'm reading that incorrectly. But for now, folks, we better move forward here. We are live, we're thriving, and we're flying. Let's start looking at these general rules for what makes up an inauspicious and an auspicious house lord. Again, we're asking the question here, what is it that makes Venus more auspicious than Saturn for a Virgo rising. Okay? So these are these rules that are generally conveyed in Vedic astrology. The lords of houses 1, 5, and 9, these are called the trikona houses. These are basically always auspicious. Again, obviously, there are bound to be there's bound to be exceptions, just such as the case is Virgo with the 5th lord. And we're going to explain why. It's because Aquarius is the mula trikona of Saturn. Virgo is really the only sign for whom one of the triangle houses, the 1st, 5th, and the 9th, is not completely auspicious. This is part of the nature of what Virgo is all about. So, generally, though, the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th houses are almost always auspicious. These are houses of purpose and inspiration and grace because they are tied into the elemental nature of the rising sign. Right? Makes sense. Now, the lords of houses 1, 4, 7, and 10, these are Kendra houses. These houses are auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet. And it's you wouldn't think it. I wonder if I say it here. Yeah, the angles. Okay, we're going to talk about the angles after. But essentially, it's the cruel planets on the angles that are actually auspicious. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Now, the lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. They don't have any auspiciousness or inauspiciousness unless they are tied in to another house that is either auspicious or inauspicious. Let's take the case of Virgo. If we have it here, we can see that Libra rules the 2nd house. The 2nd house is a neutral house, but Venus rules Libra, and Venus also rules the auspicious 9th house, Taurus. So since the 9th house, it's like if you've ever done electrical work, we're painting the black wire white, meaning we're painting the 2nd house, which is neutral in the case of Virgo. We're painting it auspicious because Venus rules the 2nd house and the 9th house, right? This is how this works, folks. Now, the lords of houses 3, 6, and 11 are particularly difficult. The lords of these houses cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and or our enjoyment. The 3rd house is a rapacious house that does actually get better over time, but when a planet rules the 3rd house, it's a planet that cannot be satisfied. It always needs to get more and more of something, more experience, and this is part of what the 3rd house is. Vedic astrology has a certain understanding of the 3rd house. It's different from the correlation of Gemini, and this is something I should say here. The karakas of the houses are very different from in the West. In the West, we say that the 3rd house is just like Gemini. We say that the 6th house is just like Virgo. And Gemini and Virgo aren't bad signs. But the 3rd house in Vedic astrology is a bad house. It's not the worst house. Really, the worst houses are the 6th and the 11th. The 11th being the worst. It builds like that. The 11th is the worst house. The 6th is the 2nd worst. And the 3rd is the 3rd worst. And again, these don't correlate with the signs. Aquarius is a beautiful sign. It's not considered bad or evil in Vedic astrology. Neither is Virgo, neither is Gemini. But the 3rd and 6th and 11th houses are. The 3rd house is inauspicious because it's hungry and it always wants to be pushing towards more. But if you have a strong 3rd lord, you use that to push you forward in life in a way that ultimately gets satisfaction. You don't want to have too many houses in the 3rd house, though, because those planets will never be fully satisfied. Same thing with the 6th house, although certain planets do well in the 6th house. This is how Vedic astrology works. If you have Mars in the 6th house, Mars has the same malefic nature. It's hungry to expand and explore. So if you have it in the 6th house, it's going to be constantly wanting to explore and to fix problems, and to just, that's what Mars wants to do. It just wants to fix problems. And in the 6th house, it's got plenty of problems to do that through, and it is conducive to that energy. So is Saturn. Mars and Saturn do well in the 6th house. No planets do well in the 11th house. This is how it is generally conveyed. So the 11th house, the 6th house is a house that we use as a debt resolution house. And if you have an important planet in the 6th house and it's not well placed by sign and it doesn't have good aspects to it, it's going to take on debt. It's going to be a hole in your bucket that takes on debt. This can be done in so many ways. If you've got the 7th Lord in the 6th house, you're going to take on debt through a partner. And if it's well placed, you'll eventually resolve that debt. But if it's not well placed, you'll never get over the debt you take on through the partner, through the 7th house. This is kind of how this goes. The 11th house is difficult because it's a house of egotism. And I'm sure I'm probably going to talk about this at some point. I guess maybe not in here. The 11th house it's an important house, but it's technically regarded as an evil house. You want to have a good 11th house Lord. You want to have good aspects to the 11th house, because then you will get your satisfaction. All of these houses want to be satisfied in some way. And so all of these houses want to be removing the shadow aspects of themselves. The 11th house basically is a desire for wealth, for attainment of good things. And you can have a well-placed 11th Lord. In this case, for Virgo, that would be the moon. And if you have a well-placed moon, you're still going to want to get you want to be reputable for the things that you do for the people that you love. There's almost an emotional egotism in Virgo. We're going to talk about it once we get to the individual lords, where this emotional egotism in Virgo wants to be well regarded for the things that it does for people. But if you have a very well-placed moon, if it's exalted in Taurus, or if it's in the bottom of the chart, that's a good place. That's always a good place for the moon. If it has good aspects, then you will actually get love through the things that you do for people, and it won't have too much of that egotism. So keep it in mind is that the 11th house is evil, and it does have potential later, as Teresa says. The 11th house will bring you good gains. But if you have too much emphasis of the 11th house, it will bring egotistical desires to get gains now that will ultimately obstruct what is ultimately good for you. A lot of people get a lot of mental hang-ups because they've got their 11th Lord combined with an important angle, or an important angle Lord, or important trine Lord, for example. So the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are particularly difficult. These lords cause us to lose inspiration, wealth, and enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. And these are also yoga breakers. If you have a very good yoga for wealth, desire, purpose, etc., but it's connected to the 3rd, 6th, or 11th Lord, it will be stained and it will be broken in a certain way. So Tavi is asking, Virgo risings often have, they give off the impression of being somewhat like Pisces. And that's probably because Pisces is on the 7th house there, Tavi. But it could be also many things going on in your personal chart. Jupiter does not rule the 6th house, Tavi. Jupiter rules the 7th house. But if Jupiter is in the 6th, it depends on how well placed it is. You can actually have, this could help your 6th house. But Jupiter actually likes being closer to the rising sign. So Jupiter in the 6th isn't the best placement for Jupiter. Jupiter is better off closer to the rising sign, ultimately better off somewhere else. You don't want your most lucky planet, which is Jupiter for all of us. It's the great benefic. You don't want to use that lucky spiritual nature just to clear your debts in the 6th house. That's not the best use of what Jupiter is ultimately for. Teresa's right to say, don't be sorry, Tavi. I like it when these questions are asked. The moon being conjunct Rahu is always, it is difficult. It's not the most difficult position for this rising, but you're right. Okay, Tavi, you're on the right track. I would say that can have some difficulty. For a Virgo rising to have Rahu conjunct the moon never likes to be conjunct Rahu. And this is the 11th lord for a Virgo. So if this is well placed by sign, if it has aspects from its friends, then you will have ways to sort of use this to gain possibly reputation and wealth in some certain ways. But you will want to watch out for egotism and dissatisfaction with any status quo that comes to you. That's Tavi's asking if you have the moon, which rules this inauspicious 11th house, conjunct Rahu, is that a tough placement? I would say yes, it certainly can be. But there's many things to be conveyed by the strength of the moon, by aspects to friends. I wouldn't say that you shouldn't consider it a life ruiner. And I especially wouldn't say anything too specific about it in a general way like this. I would suggest that you try to find a reputable astrologer, or even you can email me and I can tell you more about it. But I would have to look at your whole chart in order to talk about it, right? So don't feel too bad just because you have that one thing. So hopefully you guys can see me here. Yes. Now we're going to talk this a little bit about the angles. A benefic that owns an angle is considered to be inauspicious. Okay? These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. You see, what's going on there is that the angles are kind of like the edges of our spaceship, and they are taking in opportunities. The angles are essentially our permeations into our external reality. We attract through our angles, and the reality of the angles draws us into what happens to us in our reality. When something transits the angles, it means that there's something happening on a bare girders of the vehicle of our life, and we have to interact with whatever is transiting the angle at that time. So the angles bring in opportunity. Now, why is it not a good thing when a benefic planet rules an angle? It's because a benefic planet like Venus and like Jupiter is going to open it with open arms. Yes, whatever is happening here with this, I'm going to take it with open arms, because that's what a benefic planet does, is it's used to just drawing in things in this way. So when you have a benefic planet ruling an angle, the gates are open for whatever kind of shit comes through that benefic angle, the rulership of that benefic angle. Which means that it's not typically going to be a good thing. And this is one of the reasons why Jupiter ruling the 4th and the 7th house for a Virgo, think about the 4th house being the home and the basis of your relationships, and the 7th house being your ability to intimately relate. Virgos have a tendency to pull in whatever, like they're not as discerning about love and romance, and not necessarily love and romance. Romance is a 5th house thing, really. They're pretty discerning about romance. But when it comes to marriage, the 7th, and when it comes to building the home that they want and the emotional reality that they want in the 4th house, they can be doormats. They will accept a partner who doesn't intimately relate with them in the way they want, and who doesn't treat them at an emotional level the way they want. Because Virgos have the sense that I can manage that. I'm optimistic about that, and they are. It's a beautiful thing about Virgo, is that they will always be on your side, and you can tell the Virgo whatever you want, and they will still probably be on your side. And they're open to that. Just what often happens to them, especially if they don't have a good Jupiter, is that they attract people who want to be able to be abusive and mean to them, and for them to not do anything about it, because that's part of the nature of Virgo. God bless them, is that they do attract circumstances with people that have that can be rough to the Virgo, and the Virgo is auspicious, or accepting of roughness at their emotional level. Over time, ultimately, if you have a good Jupiter especially, you'll still be critical in this way, and you'll attract somebody who is worthy of being real with you and being tough with you when emotional things need to be worked out, but not in a way that is abusive. Nobody deserves to be abused, my Virgo friends. I can assure you of that. I do lots of readings for Virgos who just need to be reminded that just because you have the capacity to get through toughness with regards to managing mutual emotions with your partner, just because you can get through tough things in that regard, doesn't mean that you need to be somebody's dartboard. Doesn't mean that you need to be somebody's emotional squeeze toy who you get squeezed and roughed around, and they attract angry people sometimes, Virgos. Unless their Jupiter is well placed, then it's a good, you've got an inauspicious house lord being conveyed properly. We're going to talk about that more when we get there. But, this is ultimately what we're talking about here. This is what I mean when I say that a benefic ruling an angle is inauspicious, because these planets are not discerning about the opportunities represented by the angles. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. Now, technically, Mercury is a benefic ruling the 1st and 10th house, but as we're going to see, because it rules the 1st house, remember the 1st house for Virgo is one of the trinal houses. It's the rising sign, and you can't hate your own planet, essentially. So that's the thing about Virgos, is that the 1st house and the 10th house are considered auspicious. The 1st house and the 10th house, even though they're ruled by what's technically a benefic Mercury, they are still opening to positive things because of the nature of the rising sign. Paints the white wire black, or paints the black wire white. It paints the 10th house positive, auspicious. Now, a malefic owning an angle, they have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. Really, none of this applies to Virgo, because they only have Jupiter ruling the 4th and 7th, and then they have positive Mercury ruling the 1st and 10th. Each lagna, or each rising sign, brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula, as we're seeing even with Virgo, right? Virgo has the 5th house ruled by Saturn, which is supposed to be auspicious, but the 5th house is considered neutral. Why is that? We're going to talk about it. Maybe I should talk about it now. I'm kind of thinking that I should. You're gonna hear me say it as we go along, but ultimately the 5th house and 6th house are considered neutral for Virgo. What the reason for that is because each planet has something called the Mula Tricona. If you want to hear more about this, look up my video on RYAN KURCZAK'S channel. I did a video talking about the Mula Tricona. Mula means root, and Tricona means trine. It's like the root ruler. We talk about, there's a lot that we could talk about this through different examples of different rising signs. But ultimately, for Saturn, the Mula Tricona is Aquarius. The Mula Tricona is the ruling sign for a planet. like for Venus, Venus rules Libra and Taurus. The Mula Tricona is Libra. So since Libra is the Mula Tricona, the essence of that house is going to be more prominent. In this case, for Virgo, the second house is more prominent because Libra is the Mula Tricona. But again, the second house is ultimately neutral. It's still getting painted by its association with the lucky ninth house, right? So that doesn't, it's not going to stay neutral just because Libra, the Mula Tricona, owns the second house. The second house always gets tied into whatever other house the planet owns. We could look at Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona of Jupiter, which means that there's more of it for Virgo. Relationships are less about the business that can be conveyed through the seventh house and more about the emotional reality that it represents, because Sagittarius is more of a ruling aspect of Jupiter than Pisces is, right? We could look at, let's say for Mars, the Mula Tricona of Mars is Aries. Aries rules the Mula Tricona, so Aries is the 8th house and Scorpio rules the 3rd house. Both of these are considered inauspicious because the 8th house is neutral, but it's tied into the inauspicious nature of the 3rd house. I hope this is clarifying for you guys. So for Virgo, Mars represents really more of this 8th house power. And Virgos can gain a lot of power through the capacity of Mars. In fact, it's a good thing that Mars rules the 8th house and that Aries, the Mula Tricona, is on the 8th house and not the 3rd house. This shows that there's an open... Virgos make great researchers because Aries, the Mula Tricona of Mars, rules the 8th house. They can go deeply into this research and not necessarily say yes or no until they've done all the research on the subject. So I could talk about that kind of stuff forever. Essentially, we're talking about Saturn right now. Saturn rules... Saturn's Mula Tricona is Aquarius and not Capricorn. Saturn is kind of weird in that regard. Saturn's the only planet for whom, how shall I say it? It's like the second sign is the Mula Tricona, right? Between Mars and Scorpio, between Aries and Scorpio, Aries is the Mula Tricona. Between Libra and Taurus, Libra is the Mula Tricona. It's usually the cardinal sign or the first sign. I digress. The point is that for a Virgo, Saturn rules the 5th house and the 6th house. Since the 6th house, Aquarius, has the Mula Tricona, the 6th house nature is kind of stronger than the 5th house nature. So, but it rules the 5th house. Virgo is a quandary in this regard. And that's why Virgo has this sort of nature with regards to their 5th house, their passion in life, that's often combined with a desire to improve themselves, to improve other people around them, and to improve on their debt, to increase themselves, to do better in life. It's not just purely for the sake of having fun in their passion. Their passion will always be some kind of constructive way of reducing debt or getting farther in life. And that could be painful because not everyone's passion is tied into their dealing with debts in this way. That's why it's considered neutral. But we love Virgo for this, especially if you've got a strong Saturn. You're going to be passionate about getting over your own debts as well as the debts of the family that you're within and the people that you abide with in your nuclear family and your friends and all these things, right? So, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to answer a few questions here, or at least look at our... We're going to look at our questions. Ultimately, what I want to say before we do, though, is that if everybody's been enjoying this, feel free to look up Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel. You can find a link for it in the description. And you can see You can join our apprenticeship thing, or you can just check out the website or the YouTube channel, and they'll have more stuff like this. Vedic has so much to teach the Western world. That's why I'm kind of doing this stuff, you know? So we're going to talk a little bit about more, well, a lot more, actually. We're probably only about halfway through. Yeah, we're an hour and a half in. We're about halfway through this, folks. So I thank you all so much for hanging out here. Venus in Retro Tarot is asking, do these aspects by transit also impact Virgo negatively? I wish I could think of the context of what you meant by that, Venus in Retro, but I'm assuming you might have been talking about when a transit happens to the angles, rather. These, when a planet transits an angle, it can bring in difficult things. When it transits the 10th house cusp, or the 10th house in general for Virgo, any planet going through Gemini is going to bring positive things related to the career, because Gemini is ruled by Mercury, which also rules the rising sign. So Gemini is a positive place for transiting planets for Virgo. When things transit the 4th house, Sagittarius, and the 7th house, Pisces, it can bring a little bit more difficulty. All of you Virgos have probably been having one heck of a time while Neptune has been transiting Pisces. Of course, Neptune is not a good or bad symbol. It's just going to exacerbate and bring out whatever the inherent potentials of Jupiter in your own chart. So ultimately, how a transit is going to go in any part of the chart is going to depend on the aspects of other planets and the nature of the house involved. If you have an angle ruled by a benefic, would having a malefic sitting in that angular house balance that out? I would say no, Susie. That's a good question, and I wish I'd answered it earlier. Susie Underwood asked, if you have an angle ruled by a benefic, such as we have with Virgo, let's say we've got Mars in Sagittarius for Virgo Rising, would having a malefic sitting in that angular house balance it out? Okay, so the reason Susie's asking that is because we know that having an angle ruled by a benefic planet, as we said, that's inauspicious, because then they open the gates up to whatever negative things are going to happen. Susie, to answer your question quite concisely, I would say that it's a tough thing. It's having a malefic planet there is going to attract the tough things, which you're going to be optimistic about. Having Mars and Sagittarius in the 4th house for a Virgo rising really shows, in fact, that you are also tough when it comes to your emotions. And you're going to attract even more toughness. And you're going to be optimistic and Sagittarian about that toughness that you put out and also that you attract back. Ultimately, it's not a great combination, because that's not really what Virgo wants. Virgo actually wants to be optimistic and free and easy about their 4th house, because Jupiter rules the 4th house. So if you have a malefic in the 4th house and it's ruled by a benefic planet such as Jupiter, you're going to benefically and optimistically attract people who are going to confront that Mars in an open way, and that's not a good thing for the 4th house generally. Unless it was a different rising sign, it could be different. But in any case, Mars isn't that happy in the 4th house. But even if it was Saturn that we were talking about, you would be optimistically opening to whatever that malefic Saturn was attracting through the 4th house for a Virgo rising. I hope that that's clarifying, Susie. I'm glad to hear that Venus in Retro Tarot You had a terrifying experience having your son, but he is such a sweet gift. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you guys are all enjoying this stuff. What is 6 being ruled by Uranus, Aquarius? Ocean has asked, you know, Aquarius secondarily rules Uranus, in my opinion. It's not something I've spent a lot of time digesting in terms of these sort of house lordships, especially because the Vedic people don't talk about Uranus as ruling your Aquarius or any sign. So I don't prefer to talk about it, mainly because I haven't studied it like I have all this other stuff. Having Jupiter in the 5th would be a tough place, Tristy, for Virgo, because Jupiter is debilitated in Capricorn in the 5th house. Tristy has asked, what if Virgo has Jupiter in the 5th house? I would say Jupiter is happy. All planets are happy in the 5th house, but it would be debilitated in Capricorn. So it's not its favorite. It's not the best placement for Jupiter, really. Why are the houses different to the signs? Yes, Ocean ABC is asking why are the houses different to the signs. We are talking about Vedic astrology here. I'm glad you guys are all enjoying this. Now, we have one person, Not So Serious Moonlight, who's mentioned you're a newbie to Vedic and you ran your sidereal chart last week. Rock and roll, do what you are called to, but I will say that I am what's called a tropical Vedic astrologer. So I'm talking about Vedic theory, because as you see, if you've been watching this video, we're talking about a whole bunch of things like the auspiciousness of the houses, the house lords, and you know, this slide here, this is a very uniquely Vedic slide, having the almost like a whole sign house system. And each sign rules the planet that is considered as the lord of that sign. And it's also the signs from the Lagna. This is all Vedic stuff, but I am a tropical Vedic astrologer, so I don't use sidereal measurements. I don't take them back 23 degrees. So keep that in mind. That was fun. I love hanging out with you guys and doing this stuff. Now, we are about to get into the fun stuff. We're only halfway through this presentation here, folks. So, the next thing we're going to start moving through is talking about how other people have defined and described the house lords for Virgo. So let's begin first with one of my very favorite books. I highly, highly, highly recommend this book. It's called Light on Life. It's by Hart DeFau and Robert Svoboda. As you can see, I've got pages just falling out of this thing. There's a phrase that my girlfriend's mom told me. It's earmarked, pen written and tear stained, something like that. It's I've coaxed through this book. I mean once, but like a lot of it I've gone through more than once. It's one of my favorites. Robert Svoboda also has another book. He does the Kundalini 1 and 2, the Agores series. He's a great Vedic mind, and I highly recommend him. So, in this book, the author has a little depiction of the nature of the rising signs, and he goes through it. And this is, again, we're talking about why is Virgo the way Virgo is. When we hear that Virgo is a maiden, there's this shyness. They're this crafty person. It's because Saturn rules the 5th and the 6th. They are, all the things that we know about Virgo are conveyed partly because of the planets that rule the houses. So let's start digging into this in the way that kind of gives us a perspective on things. Now, for everybody can see here, this is Light on Life by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart DeFau. Is an Aries in the 8th house. Did I, let me see here. Niner by Nature 88 is asking, is an Aries in the 8th house? I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to there. I did put the wrong picture in the title page of this video. I put that Aries rules the 11th, and I've fixed it, but I don't think I fixed it in the thumbnail yet, so I think that might be what you're referring to. But yes, Aries comes right after Pisces, and it rules the 8th house for Virgo. So, let's start getting into what does Robert Svoboda and Hart DeFau say about our beloved Virgo rising. Virgo's symbol is a maiden. This indicates shyness, an interest in purity, and a certain lack of skill in worldly matters, even if worldly wise. The maiden holds a sheaf of grain in one hand and fire, a torch, in the other. This may imply food, the service and the hospitality industries, but does not necessarily suggest progeny, for she is a maiden. This is kind of coming down to Saturn, again, ruling the 5th and the 6th house. The 5th house being the house of relating to Leo. There is a cross correlation of the rising sign numerology with the house sign numerology. They're different, but there are resonances. Just like the 3rd house does resonate with Gemini, but it's different in the Vedic understanding. I hope that's clear. So Saturn rules the 5th house and the 6th house, but the 6th house, a negative house, has the Mula Tricona Aquarius. This shows that Virgo often is rather innocent and kind of, they can be, well, it's not a good sign for progeny, according to Vedic astrology, typically. Again, this is just one aspect of things, and if you have a well-placed Saturn, and it has aspects from friends, anybody can do anything, regardless of astrology, and you can have children. But this is an archetype of the innocent maiden who's just a child herself, right? Since Virgo is the 6th house of the natural zodiac, and so indicates disease, and since the sun rules the 12th house for Virgo, the 12th house of hospitals, Virgos tend to be very interested in hygienics and healthcare, which is one sort of service industry. It also relates to the digestive fire that we've talked about, the 6th house, and Virgo holding this little bit of fire. Venus, who is a mutual friend of the rising sign Lord Mercury, rules both the 9th house of higher learning and also the 2nd house of classical learning. The 2nd house relates with very much early childhood in a lot of ways, and it's your ability to be educated. But it's, for Virgo in particular, your general education is tied to your higher education. The 2nd house is really shows how you have the ability to integrate knowledge. Virgo natives tend, therefore, to love classical culture and education. And this is also since Jupiter, who signifies education, rules the 4th house of education. The 2nd house is classical education, the 4th house is general education, and the 9th house is higher education. A lot of this is very connected to Jupiter if you understand Vedic astrology. So Jupiter rules the 4th house, and this shows a desire for Virgos to be just generally very interested in gaining information and knowledge. Virgos are often interested in developing skill at a trade, especially one centered around detail. That's with Mercury being the Lagna Lord, the rising sign Lord. Mercury being the Lord of detail, and also Mercury ruling the 10th house of profession. This is also because Virgo, as the 6th house in the natural zodiac, also represents the trades. A trade of skill and knowledge from one person behind to the person ahead. Mercury, an analytical and calculating planet, is exalted in the ascendant. This is something interesting to be said about Virgo, is that, as we can see, this is the trade-off between Mercury and Venus, which is very interesting, because Venus and Mercury are friends. But we see, as we're going to hear, that I wonder if he's going to mention it, so I shouldn't even talk about it. Well, in any case, Venus is debilitated in the 1st house, and Mercury is exalted in the 1st house. And this does say something about the nature of Virgo. Mind you, this doesn't mean anything with regards to Venus, but if Virgo rising has an ill-placed Venus, they will have a hard time integrating Venus, because their rising sign vibrates to the tone of Venus's debilitation. I believe we're going to talk about that more as we go along. But what we read here is that Mercury, which is an analytical and calculating planet, is exalted in Virgo. It's exalted in its own sign of Virgo, and that's the rising sign here. So when you couple this with the fact that the incisive Mars is the lord of the 3rd house of intelligence, we see that Mercury being exalted in the rising sign gives Virgo natives a propensity for analysis and calculation. So Aries, which represents the head, is a Virgo ascendant's 8th house, and Mars, the ruler of Aries, owns for a Virgo Lagna both the 8th of research and the 3rd, which is this constant satisfaction for more sensual felt experiences in some kind of way, some kind of field. Mars is actually probably the toughest planet for Virgo, as we're going to talk about. So this connection of the head, Aries, with the 8th house causes a Virgo native always to think unusual thoughts. Very interesting. Virgos will also resist following normal procedures, particularly because Mars, the crooked one, has a contrarian nature. 8th house is really a procedural house, and so is the 3rd. The 3rd house has to do with being with following rational reason and logic. And Mars ruling the unstable 8th house, plus the 3rd house, which is supposed to abide by rational reason and logic, Virgo can, especially if their Mars is very well placed, but they will use contrary devil's advocate. They'll think around the situation in order to inform the situation, and it can be very powerful. Virgos do follow a box because that's what Mercury does. They have a precise, detailed, analytical way of moving through things, but they move through the girders that they set up like a serpent. And it makes for the ability to be concise and methodical and analytical in a structured way, but also to move with a serpentine curiosity that cannot be held in too much by structure. It's part of the reason why Virgos are such great analytical researchers, is because they're also playful and intuitive in this way, not just in the Mercury way, but in this Mars way. These factors, combined with Mercury's debilitation in the 7th house, can promote marital difficulties for Virgo. Also, since the 5th house and 6th house are both ruled by Saturn, a graha who does not indicate children and being old himself is against children, Virgos may experience difficulties with their children. Now, I know that we're going to hear a little bit more about this, and there is a little bit more to this. Virgos are a sign of digesting the contents of your reality, not necessarily reality outside you, but your reality, the people that you take on, the children that you take on. And Virgos have a way of digesting the ugly, ill parts of the people around them and of their children. This doesn't mean that Virgos are going to necessarily have a bad experience with children. But there is a karma here which conveys that whatever goes on with your children, you are going to have a sensitive, you've got a sensitive stomach because you empathize so deeply with your children. And you want to improve them because the 5th Lord and the 6th Lord are tied in together. There's a constant desire to improve them, and there's a instinct to improve them in a tough way. And we see that Mercury's debilitation in its own 7th house, in Virgo's 7th house, shows that Virgos tend to be much more understanding of themselves, and they want to apply rigid, discerning patterns in regards to how they are themselves. But how they are supposed to be with other people, they're blind to it. It's almost like Jupiter ruling the 7th house, and that's where Mercury is debilitated. You can almost see that it's like, I know what I can do with myself, and I know that there are certain aspects of reality that are the unknown. Virgos consider other people to be the unknown. And how does Mercury deal with the unknown? Well, it's playful about it. I don't know how you're supposed to be with me, and I don't know how I am supposed to be with you. So how do I abide? How do I deal with it? With Jupiterian optimism. You just be you, and I just hope that it's going to work out. I gotta be with somebody. Nobody wants to be lonely. Everybody wants to experience love. So whatever you are, just do it. And I'll try to organize myself to fit what you are. Problem is that what Virgo ends up finding is that there are patterns in themselves and patterns in the other person that don't aesthetically, harmoniously work. And Virgos have to learn to communicate it. And this is tricky for them because Venus is debilitated in the 1st house and exalted in the 7th house. So for them, the nature of Venus, they can afford it to the other person. They can serve the other person, but it ends up burning themselves a little bit. So Virgos really, there's a lot of things indicating the same thing here. Ultimately, what comes down to is that Virgos really need to learn about boundaries. How to convey boundaries, how to communicate them, and how to open the communication of exploring what your boundaries ought to be with your partner. Again, we've got a lot to go through here, but this is a theme that you really want to consider, and that's going to be what I keep bringing it down to. When we think of practical relationship things that all relationships need to abide by, This is the kind of work that Virgo needs to do because it's objective. It has nothing to do with, there's going to be your nature and there's going to be your partner's nature. But all humans have basic rights, and the self in one is the self in all. There's going to be basic relationship, communication, operatives that all relationships need to abide by. Mutual self-respect, but also respect for the other person, respect for each other's boundaries, and communicating desired boundaries, desired ways of communicating, love languages. This kind of stuff is this kind of stuff that Virgo needs to get the knowledge on and then apply it with their partner. Even if it feels like if you are watching this video and all of a sudden you find that you resonate with what is being said here and you want to apply yourself more consciously to these aspects of relationship that you might not have ever realized are very much a Virgo thing. Don't go thinking that your partner is a bad partner just because you're a Virgo rising. What you got to do is recognize that there are things that you have to learn in order to communicate your boundaries in a foundationally strong way in relationships, and read those things. And then tell your partner, I've realized that there are things in our relationship for me that I want to abide with more communication. And then talk with your partner about it. Depending on how your Jupiter is, your partner should be open to it because you've been open to them about making space for them. But ultimately, this is something that every Virgo should do. Learn about universal statutes of relationship harmony. Apply them, and apply them in the darling way that Virgo does. Honey, I'm doing this because I think it's good for me, and ultimately what's good for either of us individually is good for us in the relationship overall, which means it will be good for your partner if you do what's good for you, my Virgo friend. Do it, and do it in order for you to be happy, because that's probably what your partner ultimately wants. Now, Venus, the lord of the 2nd and 9th houses, is debilitated in the 1st house. This makes Virgos fastidious about food, the 2nd house, and they also can be nitpicky about their terms of endearment in marriage. Venus also rules the 9th house. Like natives of Gemini rising, it's Mercury's other Rashi, Virgos are also inclined in religious matters, the 9th house, to be more ruled by their heads than by their hearts, particularly because Venus, who's debilitated in Virgo, in the rising sign here, signifies emotions. So a lot of Virgos just decide to go by a religion that seems to make the most sense, and a lot of them can even be atheistic or just very dry about it. But if you have a well-placed Venus here, if you've got things that are good for your Venus, you can actually be conducive to a very discerning but ultimately a bhakti type of person, because Venus rules the 9th house. Virgo risings can make great religious, like Mother Teresa types, who just abide by their given religion for the bhakti nature of it. The love nature, the feeling of loving, serving. Virgos serve the people around them in a lot of the ways. That's how they gain friends and even financial help in the 2nd house, is by helping people in the 9th house. The religious, super conscious house is connected to the 9th and the 2nd. Again, we're going to talk about that. Mars, who is the enemy of the Lagna Lord Mercury, right? Mercury has Mars for one of its... Who's the enemy of the Lagna Lord Mercury? This is one that's sort of... I think this is debated amongst different folks here. I don't think Mars is necessarily an enemy Mercury is an enemy to Mars, but Mars isn't necessarily an enemy to Mercury. Mars is neutral to Mercury, but Mars is ultimately always a tough planet for Virgo and Gemini. Now, Mars is the worst graha. It's the worst planet for Virgo rising because it rules both the inauspicious third and the powerful eighth house. And the third and eighth are both houses of longevity and death. And these are both dasthanas. These are houses that cause difficulty and even illness. The eighth house rules both accidents and surgery. And Mars is the significator of violence as a natural planet. Sometimes it's by accident and sometimes it's by cutting. A distinct propensity for mishaps and surgery. And so there's a general need for Virgos to be careful with anything, with brash decisions, with cutting things out, and with sharp objects in general. They can be a bit fuzzy when it comes to their motor skills. They can be very exact and specific and detailed when using their motor skills. Like Virgos make great mechanics, because the mechanic is the guy who's bending their spine, getting that certain type of wrench, getting it in there, and they don't need to be perfect. They just need to get it on that thing, tighten, 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 and they can get it. They can do that kind of stuff. And even a Virgo rising, if they have a very good Mars, they can make a great surgeon. But for the most part, most Virgos should be aware that Mars ruling the third and the eighth has this sort of energy from the eighth house with regard to third house things that can make them need to be careful when it comes to mishaps, using sharp objects, etc. So that was an interesting reading that comes from Light on Life. A lot of the stuff in here can be very, very good. Now, I'm very excited to start talking about the next aspect of our reading here. We're going to be talking about basically a lot of what we just talked about, but from different authors. One of my favorites being Ernst Wilhelm. And also, we're going to be reading from my notes that I got from my school apprenticeship that I did with RYAN KURCZAK'S school, Asheville Vedic Astrology. That is what's next, folks. Thank you guys for watching. We're not getting out of here just yet. I'm just poking around here. I'm looking at my comments on my phone here. Okay, so I'm going to go to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. When I come back, we're going to be delving into the final aspect of our video here, getting into the specific nature of each house lord. Feel free to hang out with me once I come back. Feel free to type in any questions or go to the bathroom yourselves. We'll come back in just one moment. to make sure my cats don't get in. I think I'm winning the war against my clogged nostrils. That's good news. Oh yeah, I do have some chocolate. Okay, folks. I'm just having a quick piece of this here chocolate here, ladies and germs. I'm also preparing our next little pieces of our video here. Okay. So we got it all here. Now, I'm just going to quickly show you guys what I'm looking at, just so you know what's happening here. This is in my email. When I did my work with RYAN KURCZAK'S in Asheville Vedic Astrology, I made master notes. I emailed them to myself. And so this is what all these are. Virgo Lagna. There's a little description of Virgo Lagna in the planets that rule Virgo Lagna. Lagna, of course, being rising sign. And then it goes through each planet in the houses it rules. Mercury rules houses 1 and 10. Venus rules the 2nd and 9th and is considered auspicious. Mars rules the 3rd and 8th and is evil. Jupiter rules the 4th and 7th and is inauspicious. Then, at the same time, we're also going to be reading from this little picture that is basically coming from Ernst Wilhelm. And I'm basically going to show you guys every time I kind of go to that. Where this comes from is when you go on Kala. I don't know if you guys know Kala software. Let's see if I can just show you a picture of it here. It looks like this on my computer anyway. This is me and my buddies here. This is Kala. This is the icon that it looks like. So you might recognize that. Kala is Ernst Wilhelm's Vedic Astrology software. So because when you go on Ernst's Tropical Vedic Astrology software, you can use sidereal on that software too. It's an amazing software. I highly recommend it if you want to get into Vedic. And when you go in there, you can go through Kala and you can print reports. You can get all the information, print it into a PDF, and then you can print those PDFs. And what you get from that is your own printed piece of paper, and it'll describe certain things for the chart. And one of the things that you can print if you feel like it is these descriptions of the nature of the house lords for each rising sign. Of course, in this case, we're going to be going through Virgo Lagna, Virgo Rising. Now, as I'm reading this, a lot of the times I'm probably going to go like this. So we can see this is Virgo Rising. So you guys can see the placements of each of these planets. So for example, Ernst begins at the Sun. There's a reason that Ernst begins at the Sun. It follows the natural logic of an ancient Vedic idea of the order of the planets. And Ernst always does it this way because it's an aspect of numerology. The sun is 1 on Sunday. The moon is 2 on Moon Day. That's Monday. Mars is 3 on Tuesday, Mardi. Mercury is 4 on Wednesday, mercredi in French. Jupiter is 5, relating to the 5th house, on Friday. Sorry, that's Thursday. That's jeudi. Then Venus, vendredi, Friday, is 6. Saturn, Saturday, is 7. So there is a numerology that relates to the days of the week, and this is why Ernst puts them in this order. And the numerology is very resonant and important. So that's why he kind of goes through these in this way, and that is the way that I'm going to do it, because everything that I do is often just following Ernst. I wish you guys had seen what I was doing there. Sunday, right? Sun, Moon, Monday, Mars, Tuesday, Wednesday, Mercury, Thursday, Jupiter, jeudi, vendredi is Venus, Friday, and then Saturn, Saturday, 7. Right? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the numerology of the planets as given by Ernst Wilhelm. Where exactly this comes from is a Vedic text. I don't think it's Parashara. I'm going to have to bug Ernst about that to get that exact sometime. But as we go through it, I'm probably going to be showing this screen so that you guys have something to ground yourselves on as we move through this aspect of the reading. So, let's begin first by looking up. We're going to talk about the Sun as the 12th Lord. And first, we're going to be reading it from RYAN KURCZAK'S, my notes on RYAN KURCZAK'S apprenticeship. But actually, first, let's start here. Great. Here we go. Thanks for your patience, folks, as I get all this together. Now, what we read when we look at Virgo Lagna, this is coming from Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. We see that Mars, Jupiter, and the Moon for Virgo are considered evil. Mars because it rules the 3rd and the 8th. The Moon because it rules the inauspicious 11th house. And Jupiter because it is a benefic planet ruling the 4th and 7th house. And those are angles. Mercury and Venus are certainly auspicious, are absolutely auspicious, and they're the loaded gun for Virgo. If you have a strong Mercury and a strong Venus for a Virgo, it will take you very far in terms of having something that's going to get you through a lot of the difficulties of other ill planets that you could have. Venus and Mercury involved together are also Yogacaras. What's happening, the reason why that's stated is because, as we can see here, Virgo, so there's an important yoga that's called a Raj Yoga that happens in Vedic astrology. It's when you combine the influences of the first, of basically an angle with a trine. The angle brings opportunity, the trine brings luck. So we see Mercury rules the 1st house and the 10th house. That's 2 angles. Venus rules the 9th house, and that is the most auspicious trine. So Venus is really the most lucky planet for Virgo, and Mercury is the most important planet. And when you have combinations of Mercury and Venus for a Virgo rising, you're going to get great luck. You're essentially going to get someone who feels good in the role of whatever job they're so fastidiously doing. Venus is like the water that sustains us along the mountain. Ernst Wilhelm describes Venus as like the soft padding underneath your shoes. When you go for a long walk up a mountain, you've got soft padding under your shoes that insulates the pounding of your feet against the ground so that you're not dismayed by the constant pounding that we often have to do in this world in order to get anywhere. We got to work hard in this world. Virgo is no stranger to working hard, especially playfully on things that they enjoy doing. When you have Venus tied in with Virgo, you're going to have something that allows you to insulate Virgo's desire to work hard in a way that they love and have passion for and actually feel religiously good about. So usually if there's a tie-in between career and spiritual purpose, if Virgo has a tying in of Mercury and Venus, there's a tying in of purpose through Mercury, the 10th lord, with spiritual desire to do a certain thing for the world, to provide a certain role in the world. That's Venus ruling the 9th house. And this is a very powerful yoga if you can get that, if that is happening in a chart. So that's why we read that Venus and Mercury involved together are Yogacaricas. Venus is also a Marika, which is interesting. Venus rules the 2nd house. And so for Virgo, if you have anything associated with Venus, it brings luck through the 9th house. But interestingly, a Marika planet is something that is going to bring in difficulties, possibly even diseases and things that you have to work through. Essentially, Virgos often find that they will get either diseases or some kind of illness because they are working so hard on whatever. Remember, Venus rules the 2nd and the 9th. The 2nd house is a Marika house. It has to do with our basic needs and illnesses in a strong way. They can get illnesses because they don't take care of themselves because they're so devoted to whatever they're working on. And this can cause difficulty. But if Venus is well placed, if you have friends going there, you might still have this happen to you, but the Marika effect won't kill you. It'll probably only make you stronger because you're so devoted to whatever you're working on, if you have a strong Venus. So there's a lot to say there in its own regard. Now, the sun causes results according to association. It's ruled by the neutral 12th house. We're going to read about the sun essentially right now, so I won't go too far into that. And this is the modified results caused by Virgo Lagna according to the sages. Some very, very ancient old stuff that we are listening to here, folks. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed that. Now, let's get into our first planet. We're going to be talking about number 1, the sun. What is the sun to Virgo rising? The sun rules the 12th house. We can see it is this neutral sign. The 12th house, as we have already conveyed, is neutral, just like the 2nd and the 8th house. And it's whatever it's tied into that pulls, it'll paint the white wire black, or it'll paint the black wire white. We can see, for example, that Venus ruling the 2nd house also rules the 9th house. The 2nd house is neutral, but the 9th house is a trine, so it's auspicious. That's why the 2nd house is painted auspicious. The 8th house is also neutral. Whatever it's tied into is going to do the same thing. It's going to paint the 8th house black, essentially, in this case. Down, 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 I see a red door and I want it painted black. Anyway, I love the Rolling Stones. The 8th house, neutral house, is painted black because Mars rules Aries, the 8th house, and Mars also rules Scorpio, the 3rd house. The 8th house is neutral. It's painted black by the association with the malefic, inauspicious 3rd house. Leo does not have another sign ruling it, right? So the 12th house, ruled by Leo, it's neutral. It doesn't have anything to paint it a certain way. So the sun is going to give good or bad results depending on how the sun is placed in a Virgo rising chart. It can either be an annoying aspect of destiny that they have to deal with, which ultimately kind of brings them down, or it can be a positive way of them deliberating 12th house karma, meaning helping to let go of the gunk of the 12th house. The sun is very important for Virgo. It's helping to let go of whatever karmic, mental, emotional patterns that have come from the past that make them self-deprecating. A good, well-placed sun for a Virgo will do things that are servile, that are helping others, but that are ultimately helping to relieve the internal emotional stress and psychological tension inside the person. And if the sun is well placed, they'll do this well, and it will be constructive and it will be mutually flowing, where they're letting go of karma as they do some difficult work. And the difficult work that they do makes them feel, I'm worthy. I'm doing something good in my life. I don't feel like a piece of shit. I don't feel like I've been under everyone's boot for all my life because I deserve to be there. If a Virgo does not have a well-placed sun, they will take more things personally than they need to, because it will be reflecting on past life trauma, or possibly in vitro trauma. Or when they were young, they might have gone through some kind of trauma of feeling like a piece of shit, feeling like they're under the world's boot, feeling like they're second banana to everybody. And the life they live will confirm that. If the sun is well placed, the life they live will do the opposite. They'll prove to themselves in every moment that they are worthy of the love that they have, and that every action and service they do is helping to dissolve the possibility that they aren't worthy of life. Virgos are funny that way because the sun rules the solar system, and it's the arbiter of the 12th house here. So let's read into this a little bit. What we read from RYAN, or my notes from RYAN KURCZAK'S course: the sun is functionally neutral because it rules the 12th house. Again, this is me reading this from my notes, right? The sun is functionally neutral because it rules the 12th house. The sun is our greater sense of self. As the 12th lord, it shows a greater sense of selflessness inside the Virgo. Since the sun rules self-esteem and belief in oneself, we see why Virgo often lacks self-esteem, and they can be subjected to servant-type roles of servility because of their lack of self-esteem. The sun is a wonderful planet for Virgo for giving success in spiritual work, because it is a planet of inspiration as the 12th lord. So there's a planet of inspiration going towards contemplation, isolation, and so on. Really, it's a beautiful thing when you think about it. Virgos can be some of the most, Virgos are the Mother Teresa archetype, because when their sun is very well placed, they consider it a gift from within their soul to do difficult work that helps other people when it goes well. If they have a strong 12th house, and if they have, imagine Jupiter being in Leo in the 12th house. This is a person who would be letting go. I mean, that might be tough for their relationships, mind you, because planets do have difficulty in the 12th. But Jupiter does well in Leo, and by being in the 12th, it's close to the rising sign where it likes to be. So this would be a person who has the little bit of extra luck with regards to this inspiration to work silently, quietly behind the lines to help people and to help themselves and to do good things for the world, right? Now, the sun is still considered neutral. When it's with a malefic, this can be construed as a frustrating desire to be liberated from that planet's themes. Like if the sun is with Mars, or especially with Saturn. The sun being with Saturn will be tied necessarily for a Virgo. If the sun is being aspected by Saturn, and it's a strong Saturn, and if the sun is kind of weak, if these two are conjunct with each other, then there will be strong difficulty there. Somebody's messing with my chat right now. I'm going to remove this person. I wonder how I do that. Put user in timeout. I don't usually have to do that, but whatever. So this is how the sun kind of rolls for Virgo. If it's tied into any planet in general, it will have an experience of being tied into these past life resonances with the pain associated with whatever's going on with the sun being conjunct that certain planet. And this can be a tough thing. When the sun combusts any planet for a Virgo, it shows that there is a desire on the Virgo to be liberated through that planet spiritually, but whatever that planet represents physically will be a physical tie to that planet that will stop the Virgo from having inner peace. And the Virgo's desire for inner peace will cause them to be agitated by that planet. Let's say the sun is with Venus. Venus will have a desire to, because Venus rules the 2nd and the 9th house. Venus desires to find personal wealth, the 2nd house, through some kind of role in life, the 9th house. Whatever role you choose in order to build your resources and money in life is going to give you, it's going to make you feel like I have to do this and I have to sacrifice my spiritual inner peace in order to stay alive in this world and to have a role that people appreciate me for. This is just an example of how things can go awry with the sun, particularly because the sun and Venus are enemies to each other, right? But the sun has friends. If the sun is with Jupiter, then there will be a desire to find spiritual liberation through the partner. And the sun and Jupiter are friends. As long as that Jupiter is not combust, this would ultimately be a good thing. But again, it also depends on the sign that they're in, right? There's a lot to Vedic astrology. This is really just the start of it, folks. I'm doing these rising signs, and eventually I'm going to start doing like Lajatati Avashtas, like what happens when the sun is with Jupiter and you're a Virgo rising. Because the sun being with Jupiter in this sign, it's all going to be different, and it's all going to be different based on the rising sign too. There's a lot to get into, isn't there? So we've talked about the sun as the 12th lord from my notes. Let's just take a little peek at Ernst Wilhelm's notes on the sun as the 12th lord for Virgo rising. The sun is the virgin's physical weakness. The sun as the 12th lord represents the Virgo native's weak vitality and hidden personality, because the 12th house has this sort of spiritual ties to previous past lives. And the sun identifies with the emotional ties to what it has had in past lives. Again, this is a good thing or a bad thing, because if you've ultimately been somehow gifted with an ability to serve in past lives, this will pull you through in a positive way with regard to what the sun is in this life. But it ultimately does show a weakening of vitality in the Virgo's experience. As the 12th lord, the sun may cause expense on account of the body. The sun is technically a temporal neutral, and so other factors influencing the sun will indicate whether the native has hidden idealistic sides or self-centered motivations. Like the Virgos often feel like I need to heal myself, and they're going to center their whole life on just protecting themselves because perhaps something in their youth caused them to feel weak. But this can be an idealistic thing if the sun is well placed. As a separating factor, the sun as the 12th lord may cause the Virgo to be separated from things due to expenses or physical liability. So the sun is always a separating factor. So is Mars, and so is Saturn. So the sun will separate themselves. Wherever the sun is in a Virgo's chart, if it's touching any other planet, if it's touching any house cusp especially, but whatever sign and whatever house it's in, there will be a separation from whatever that thing is. It will usually be related to expenses or physical liability. I can't realistically, physically be there for the things in this house, but you have to because the sun is there. You can't get away from the sun. So this is part of the experience of the sun for Virgos, is that I couldn't do it. I felt I had limits. I had physical limits, I had emotional limits, and I couldn't do everything I wanted to. But eventually you learn that you can only do what you can do. So you just say what you think you can do, you judge it as best as you can, and then you go and do the job as best you can. And if you don't get it perfect, as many Virgos want to, you accept that you couldn't get it perfect. If you have a strong Mercury, it's not going to matter because you can make deals. You were playful with the whole thing to begin with. You're a mechanic and you say, yeah, bring your car in, I'm going to try to get it done by this time. And if something happens, your wife or your husband calls and says, hey, something blew up and I need you to come over here and do it. And you say, oh, but I promised this customer that I would get this done by 6 o'clock. If you've got a strong Mercury, you're going to know how to play on it. You're going to say to the customer, hey, my friend, I'm going to try to get you back for this, but my wife's water just broke and she's having a kid. Here's a coupon. Come in later and I'll fix you up, buddy. I'll get you back for this. But right now I have a physical limit that I have to be real about. And you go and you do the other thing. You come back, you make it work. If you got a strong Mercury, the playfulness will help get you through this experience of the sun. But also if you have a strong sun, you won't take it personally that you couldn't make it. If you have a weak sun, you'll feel really bad about, this confirms for me that I'm a piece of crap, just like I've felt in my past lives. If you have a good sun, you'll say, this is an excuse for me to finally prove to myself that I'm not a piece of crap, right? So that is the sun for Virgo rising. Next up, we have the moony moon. I need a piece of chocolate first. I think Miss Stell Shambles is laughing because I said, yeah, my wife's in labor. I got to get it out of the way. It's a fair point, Miss Stell. It's not something you just want to get out of the way. Me with my Scorpio energy, just like, yeah, I got to get... So the next thing we're going to talk about is the moon. Sorry, chocolate is important. The moon is inauspicious, strictly ruling the 11th house. There's no other sign the moon doesn't rule anything else. There's nothing to pull the moon into there's no other sign that the moon rules but Cancer. Cancer is on the 11th house for Virgo. The moon is uniquely difficult for Virgo rising in this way. It's like all the themes associated with the moon for Virgo relates to this 11th house difficulty. Now, something I should say in this regard is that everybody should always remember that you can have a well-placed moon for a Virgo, and that is going to clog up one of the most dire holes for Virgo. My friend Robbie is hanging out with me here, and Robbie's one of the Vedic people that have been watching me do my thing for a while. Robbie just mentioned the moon is the biggest malefic for Virgo. It's because the 11th house is the most malefic house, really. The Mars is a difficult graha, as Robert Svoboda said, but really the moon is probably the most malefic. Virgo, trying to be meticulous. Virgo is the one person who's most capable of being brought to their knees because of their emotions. A lot of the times, Virgos will do emotional things. I should be careful how I say this, because you guys got to understand that sometimes when it comes to the energy you put out there, there will be a certain internal intention, but ultimately, if you meet the world through the embodied energy of the planet that you're looking to, it can be that pure energy. Even if a lot of the times for Virgo, the intention of the moon is that I want to be emotionally protected by a network of friends and people who respect me for the work that I do. I want to be loved for the work that I do, and I want my emotions to be based on the big impression that people get of the work that I do. And a lot of the times it can seem for a Virgo, especially if their moon is not well placed. If their moon is not well placed, then their emotions are, as I kind of conveyed in the previous example, the emotions of a Virgo are something to get out of the way. I'm drinking this water as an object. My emotions are an object in the management of my energy field, which I need to. It's like feeding it's like feeding a hamster. Just I gotta give this stupid thing water so it'll continue running on its wheel so I can keep doing all the other things in my life. That's how Virgos often unconsciously operate their emotional energy through. Keep in mind that their emotions are not just the moon. It also has to do with Jupiter as the 4th lord, and even Saturn as the 5th lord, as well as Venus as the 2nd and 9th lord. All these things are tied into the energy of our emotions, really. So for a Virgo, oftentimes the moon can come off as having this malefic 11th house energy, right? The moon is auspicious. The moon is inauspicious, strictly ruling the 11th house. The moon shows a Virgo ascendant sometimes becomes emotionally impulsive, too connected to the expectations of the masses, emotionally connected to the expectations of the masses or large group organizations, in which case they tend to become overworked, where someone plays on the Virgo's emotions in order to get them to do something. They can become an emotional pawn in somebody else's scheme, because Virgos really do care deeply about their emotions. And they, again, the 11th house, we have to understand it, that it's also the Dharma house. Our Dharma is this evil 11th house. If that's confusing to you, then we need to do a little bit of explaining here. And it's worth it. This is good stuff to explain, and I got the time to do it right now. The 11th house is actually one of the most important houses. It is our gains in life, in the whole aspect of our life. The 11th house shows really your deepest desires. What are you doing it all for? What's your career for? What's your family for? A lot of the times, even the emotional reality we have with our family, we have our kids, but what you convey through your children is connected to the 11th house. The 11th house and the 5th house are on an axis, aren't they? The 11th house is the legacy that you leave behind in all the things that you do in your chart. It's the completed aspect of it. The 12th house is the parts of it that you couldn't possibly realistically do. You got to let that go into the 12th house. The 11th house is very special. The 11th house is the 12th from the 12th. It is the final statement of things. So the Virgo actually really does deeply desire to have emotional connections with people. It's the expectation, as Teresa has just kind of said, it's the expectation that it's going to go a certain way that makes the 11th house evil. But we need to abide by what we can realistically accomplish in our 11th house, accept it, and again, folks, I'm such a yoga guy. The Bhagavad Gita has all the wisdom that we need, even beyond astrology. The Bhagavad Gita says, We are not entitled to the results of our actions. We are only entitled to our actions. The 11th house shows actions that we want to be able to say we did in our life. And the Virgos really want this emotional action. But what happens is that they get super in their head about it. And this is kind of what we're conveying throughout this whole thing, is that Virgos get played, they get played on. They get too connected to the expectations of everyone around them and the masses and large group organizations. They become overworked because they're fooling themselves into thinking that this emotional thing is something that they need to do for others. And the 11th house energy overtakes the more discerning dimensions of one's ego and character in view of others. This is also partly to do with all the stuff we've talked about in terms of personal close relationships with Virgo. Having difficulty in the 4th and the 7th because Jupiter rules the 4th and 7th, and we know having a benefic ruling the 4th and 7th isn't not all that auspicious. Saturn ruling the romantic 5th house. Really, Virgo is a purgation sign, just like Pisces is. Virgo is a purifying sign. And to move through an incarnation with Virgo rising is to accept that there's going to be hard, objective, purging experiences. And as Virgos go through that, at some level, there is a level of Virgo can accept the reality of moving through this objective purgation of the energy field. Because the Leo, the sun, the heart of the identity, is in the 12th house. Some very mystical understanding there. Virgo rising is a gift if you are a spiritual person. Just ask Mother Teresa, who I believe has Virgo rising. If she doesn't, then she at least embodies the Virgo archetype. Look at any saint who just does what they need to do with their energy field and then does things for other people. Because that is, if you understand the nature of karma and the soul and dharma and sacrifice, it is better to live in the fire of Agni and sacrifice and burn up your ego's desires for a certain thing, this or that, whatever. It is better to burn it all up in the fire of sacrifice to transcendental love and energy, which is always greater than the individual self. Virgos are lucky to be in a place where they can abide by that inherent energy. If they are an evolved soul, they'll get something good out of this. If they're not an evolved soul, then they're just like the rest of us, moving through the paces in order to become an evolved soul. And if you're in that place, it means that you won't feel like your emotions are ever fully satisfied as a Virgo rising. If you're an evolved soul, you'll feel the same, but you will turn within and ask God, divinity, what is your real purpose? And the answer you will receive is that you're not here to satisfy your emotions strictly. We are all here to do something deeper. We're allowed to have our emotions worked out along the way, though, and this is something that Virgos need to understand. Virgos have this inclination with this I'm a piece of shit thing again, right? The 12th house is ruled by the sun. I'm a piece of shit, so I don't deserve to have my emotions taken care of. It's a tricky thing because psychologically our emotions are important. You need to treat them objectively. And we all want to have emotions. Emotions are beautiful. They're such an important aspect of life. They're part of the subjective attainments of the soul. You need to be objective about them, which means that you need to make sure that you don't get attached to them, but you also need to make sure that you don't get attached to not having them. It's like, it's like trying to, with the thermostat in your house, you try to get it exactly right, but it'll never get it exactly right on. What'll happen is that the heater turns on and it's too hot for a while, and then the heater turns off and then it's too cold for a while, and then it turns on and then it turns off. It's never going to be right at the exact point. This is just like Virgo's emotions. You're never going to get them perfectly emotionally right or wrong. You have to just accept the space within that and understand that you are deserving of love, deserving of emotions, and apply Mercury to the play of how much you need to actually enjoy your own emotional desires, because they are there and they are important and you are deserving of them. You just have to be wary in this regard that your emotions are your 11th house. Ultimately, if you have a well-placed moon, you will get the emotions that you seek. And you'll do what Virgos do, which is get just enough. And then you share the wealth with those around you and serve those around you. And ultimately, by serving those around you, that's when you're activating the Venus aspect of it, which is connected to the 2nd and the 9th house, which is sharing the love that you get from the moon, from your family, from your needs, and sharing it as a beautiful way of sharing the value that Virgo is as a contributor to the collective desire for emotions. And that's how Virgo gets friends in the 2nd house. You know, Venus and the moon are tied in for everybody in this way, and it shows in the Virgo. So, the moon as the 11th lord. The moon is the water that the Virgin is crossing in the boat. The moon as the 11th lord indicates the Virgo native's socially minded mentality and desire to be with like-minded individuals. The moon gives some need to be appreciated by others for their successes. The moon is the personality level. It's the Virgo does want to be appreciated by those who they work for. That's why Virgos often end up being like either a mechanic or a doctor or some specific thing where they can do things for people and then, like, you know, hang out with them after and be appreciated for the work that they've done in a friendship way. Like, we're hanging out, there's nothing professional happening here, but this friend, you know, this friend is going to do anything for you because you've done so much for them. That's a warm place for Virgo to ultimately be. The 11th lordship of the moon causes the moon to be a temporal malefic that may exhibit some selfish neediness. And that's just simply the Virgo can just often say, I have these needs, and they'll express it in a way that is not necessarily selfish, but it can come off as this sort of, all of a sudden Virgos will just say, like, I need emotional, I need some kind of emotional reconciliation with some close loved ones right now. And it can be selfish, and it can come off as egotistical, and over time it will get better. It will get easier, because that's also an aspect of the 11th house, right? As a natural benefic, the bright moon gives the talent and networking capacity to gain what is desired. And this is what's being said here is when we talk about the bright moon, I've said this in a lot of my moon videos. What we mean is basically a moon that's waxing. It's going from the new moon to the full moon. Anywhere in there, especially closer to the full moon, like if the moon is in the 5th or 6th or 7th house from the sun, as long as it doesn't go past the exact degree that the sun is in the opposite side, the moon is waxing and it's bright. Really, technically, it's actually from, you know, the brighter the moon is, the better. Like, you know, if the moon is in the 2nd house from the sun, that's still dark. It's really from the 4th house from the sun to the 10th house from the sun. That's the bright half of the moon. So when it's bright, the person naturally has charisma and networking capacity and talent to gain the emotional connections that they seek. When the moon is dark, it becomes a malefic. And the dark moon gives discontented desires and social discontent. The warmest place for the moon to be is between being in the 4th house from the sun, the 4th sign from the sun, and the 7th sign from the sun. That's the best place for the moon. So when the dark moon is in a person's chart, the dark moon gives discontented desires and social discontent. And they feel like they aren't really, their nature is not conducive to what would bring them easy emotional love from others. And they'll do lots of things from others, and the others will say, yep, I appreciate Dave. Dave's just the most incredible mechanic, and he's a good guy. He'll really do anything. But Dave is actually a little bit neurotic, and you can tell Dave is doing things in order to get like emotional contentment from the people he works for, and there's a lack of ability to be easy when it comes to the charisma of involving themselves with other people. It's really in an extreme. I know many people who have the dark moon who are still wonderful people and who aren't even necessarily that egotistical, especially if they're an evolved soul. They'll get through this kind of stuff. It's just that the bright moon naturally acts in a way that people want to be around. That's just the best, and they don't have to work hard at it. A dark moon person has to work a little harder, but it doesn't mean they can't do it. Always keep that in mind, folks. Astrology is only the astral sphere. We can always act above the astral sphere by being transcendentally minded and acting in accordance with the nature of pure intelligence and soul. We can all get past our astral sheaths if we go beyond astrology and get into yoga, in my personal opinion. But I digress. That was the sun and the moon. Now, next up, we are going to be going into what we have next is what comes after the moon. It's Mars. That would be Tuesday, Mardi. Mars is number 3 in the numerology of astrology. So, let's start chewing through it here, ladies and germs. Mars rules the 3rd house and the 8th house for Virgo and is considered to be evil. Robbie just mentioned if the moon is significantly starving Mercury through aspect or conjunction for Virgo ascendants, that is where you can get some form of selfishness, definitely, because the nature of the 11th lord, the moon, is starving the 1st house. But that's kind of a, Robbie, I would say that your desire for emotions would be messing with your ability to have a career and to act through the 1st house. Really, the moon being damaged, the moon doesn't have any enemies. So really what would really more damage the moon's ability to get emotional balance is if it was like conjunct Saturn, if it was debilitated, these sorts of things, if it was with a lot of malefic planets. Now, I was just speaking to Robbie there because Robbie's always giving great insights into the things I talk about. So yeah, folks, now let's go to Mars ruling the 3rd and 8th house for Virgo, which is considered to be an evil planet for Virgo. Mars is particularly difficult for Virgo ascendant, as we've already heard. In fact, it is likely one of the worst planets for Virgo ascendant to deal with, because it deals with injury, accidents, that's the 3rd, as well as sudden breaks and changes, and ultimately vitality and longevity. And that's the 8th house, right? The 8th house is ruled by Aries. The 3rd house is ruled by Scorpio. The 3rd house is a breaking up energy, a looking within, a changing, a transformative energy. So is the 8th house. But the 8th house is meant to be transformative in order to set things in stone. The big aspects of your life, big opportunities. Virgo is always, they'll get a big opportunity and then they'll think of many little scattered ways of using that opportunity that can make them ultimately miss the whole point of the big opportunity. This is what we kind of got to think of this as. The third house is a scattering house, and the eighth house is supposed to be a opportunistic house that represents longevity. So longevity can be dismantled or deteriorated here, unless Mars is very well placed. Mars is particularly harmful for Mercury. But if Mars is good, they can go far and very deeply in positive ways, because the depth relates to the eighth house. So Virgos can go very far, and even as far as they go, once they get something going, this is like somebody who, like Virgo Rising can be very powerful in this sense that they are not like other signs where they research and dig deeply and can let go of the operation they're moving through. Virgo digs very deeply and will they maintain the research that they're doing in this thing, the digging into this opportunity, this enduring through an opportunity that they're digging through. And they will alter and shift themselves through the third house connection without necessarily letting go of their own nature completely. Virgo is like very adaptable in this way. So they go very far and very deeply in positive ways if Mars is good. And again, Mars is like the moon in the sense that just because it's an inauspicious planet doesn't mean it's not useful. A Virgo rising with a well-placed Mars simply has resolved a shadow. We all have shadows, and if a Virgo has resolved Mars as one of their shadows, then there's nothing but good things that can come from them, right? The inauspicious planets are just as important as the auspicious planets. Mars in an angle without Digbala, let's say that would be close to the fourth house, for example, that'd be very difficult, because that would cause a person to burn themselves out and to overwork themselves and to give even endocrine disorders. So that's Mars in the fourth house in particular. But it's Mars in any angle will be very opportunistic with this Mars nature, and they'll have lots of opportunities that they're constantly searching for, and they won't know how to rest. Right? Mars causes Virgo to be reckless and unthinking in certain parts of their life and in certain parts of their inherent limitations that we all have. Mars's direction can seem unstable to others. It's the eighth house resonance of instability for this reason. Mars can also cause Virgo to be attacked and harmed by others. There's something about Virgo that is susceptible and vulnerable, and yet they still want to be well respected and regarded for being critical to things that are worth speaking to. As we've said, in any group, Virgo wants to be the one that says, hey guys, I don't think this is going to work. I think that this person and this person are going to clash for this reason, and let's talk about it. Let's communicate about it. People say Virgo is nitpicky. Really what Virgo is again, as I said from the beginning, playful about speaking to objectively not functional elements of any situation. Virgo speaks to it. This doesn't work. We have to fix this. And if Virgo has a strong Mars, they'll always do this, and it won't matter if someone backlashes at them, especially if they have a strong sun. But if Virgo doesn't have a strong sun and they have a Mars that wants to be appreciated for speaking their mind about either opportunities or difficulties in a situation, someone will take Virgo's objective criticism personally, where they don't mean it to be personal. And then someone will come down and crack them or be abusive to them and attack and harm them, whereas the Virgo is just being honest and trying to help. If they have a good Mars, they will learn how to do this in a way that, a little spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. You attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. Virgos will learn how to do the critical Mars thing and be objective and even get opportunities that other people don't get. When it's in a job and you're competing against your other fellow employees to get the job, Virgo is very smart about what the boss wants, what the company wants, and what the field is all about. If you've got a good Mars, you'll learn how to get what is needed in order to beat everybody. And once you beat everybody, you're going to be able to convey to everybody, hey, we were all in this thing fighting for a certain spot. I got it. Don't take it personally, because I didn't mean it personally. I'm just happened to be the one who won. And Virgo will know how to put out the fires that they cause by winning something like that, if they have a strong Mars. And they will continue to keep winning because they know they have a psychological, they haven't been battered psychologically by winning. If you have a weak Mars, then you won't think of the fact that you need to defend yourself when you grab a piece of territory that other people wanted, Mars is considered the oars of the boat. What this is coming from is that there's a picture in Vedic astrology of Virgo being a maiden with a sheaf of wheat and a torch, and she's standing on a boat. And this is the light of applied reason on top of the waters of the emotions and of the sensations and feelings of the body. The water is the sensations and feelings. Virgo has a sheaf of wheat, which is productivity, and a torch, which is the light, again, of buddhi and intelligence, but also of digestion, of having digested all the figures and facts. Virgo digests all the figures and facts so that when they make a decision, it didn't come from an emotional place. It came from an intelligent place. So this is why we're reading all these images of the water, the oars of the boat. So Mars is the oars of the boat. Let me see if everybody can see here. Yeah. Mars, as the third and eighth lord, represents the transmutation of the Virgo native's desire nature. Mars, ruling the third house, gives a strong desire nature that will not hesitate to use strength or aggression to fulfill one's desires. The desire nature comes from the third house, and the transmutation of that is by the eighth house. Virgo eventually learns to transmute their desires in a way so that they can have healthy, strong desires that ultimately get them farther in life. But a lot of the times, especially when they're young, they'll have desires that don't serve them. And they won't be discerning about what their desires are, because that's when they're young, they're in the water. It's only once they learn to be the best Virgo that they can be that they have the light of discernment standing above the water of instinctive reaction and of instinctive desires. Now, the eighth house lordship, however, does create difficulties to this. It creates difficulties to their use of strength and aggression to fulfill their desires. And this thereby breaks the native's desires and egocentricity, purifying them. A lot of the times this means that they are going to go and try and get what they desire, and they aren't going to get it, or it's not going to be what they thought it was. And this eighth house energy is purifying the third house grip on what they're trying to get. It's osmosis of their desires, which ends up making for a very purified Virgo who's so no nonsense about what they want in life. Mars also gives a penetrating mind and a talent for deep research. Due to the third house lordship, Mars is a temporal malefic with a very self-centered nature, at least just by Mars. This doesn't say all Virgos have a self-centered nature. If Mars is very emphasized in a Virgo's chart, it can show this. Additionally, as the 8th lord and a natural malefic, Mars is neither helpful to the knave's well-being or that of others, except to the degree that it destroys egocentric qualities. Again, when Mars is well placed for a Virgo, they are very open about what they feel about other people and about themselves. And sometimes Mars' overcritical nature does more bad than good for the Virgo, and it does more bad than good for other people. Sometimes the Virgo can have, you don't got to be, even if it's true, not every true thing, what's that old phrase? If you got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. Virgos are the ones who are holding the lamp, standing above the water, being as discerning as they possible about that particular phrase. That particular phrase, if you got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all, that is Virgo's life. Because Virgos want to be well regarded for being concise and objective, because they're standing above the water on themselves and also other people, because that water is the ego of the moon, which Virgo, we know that they are trying to be discerning about their own desires, their own 11th house, but that translates also into the unnecessary desire and emotional desires of other people, the ego of other people. Virgo will pick out the ego in others. The only thing that Virgo needs to watch for is that they, as the old saying goes from the Bible, don't pick out the speck in your neighbor's eye when you have a log in your own eye. It's not to say that all Virgos will always have a log in their own eye, but they will learn how to get the log out of their own eye so that they can help their neighbors pick out the specks in their neighbor's eye. This is what Virgo's supposed to do, and we love them for this when it goes well. And if they have a good Mars, it will go well, and they will be the arbiters of purity, truth, and justice for everybody around them. Not just purity, truth, and justice, but also emotional understanding, which can be a very useful thing in any situation. Ultimately, a lot of the times, the Mars will be too much, and Virgo will look to, either punish or reprieve people for doing things that aren't helping the group. And a lot of the times, they have to get that in cohesion with the people that they're working with. That's why having a good moon helps Mars for Virgo, because they can be critical to other people, but if they have a good moon, then they'll say the people know where the Virgo's coming from. Well, we're friends. We're friends outside of work. We're friends outside of the situation. I know you're just telling me these difficult things that I need to hear that's going to make the whole group better. It's still pissing me off, but I know we're good friends behind it. This is a world that Virgo has to operate through. Now, my friend Robbie is saying, I'd argue the threshold for the need of a good Mars compared to Moon is a bit lower for Virgo lognas because of the lords. That 8th house is still the main house of Mars, and the 3rd house isn't the worst. Yeah. Well, having a good Mars is definitely important, just as the moon is. As for what's more important, it's really hard to say there, Robbie, but I think I like what you're throwing out there. That's a lot to think about, but we're already pretty far into this, so I think I'm going to just keep on rock and rolling with where we're going at here, folks. The next thing we have coming up here is, drum roll, Mercury, Wednesday. We are next going into number 4, and that is Mercury for a Virgo rising. So, let's see. Mercury rules the 1st and 10th house and is certainly auspicious for Virgo rising. Finally, we can talk about a planet that actually gives Virgo some goodness. This is why, let me see here. Virgo rules the 1st house and the 10th house. This is why Virgo Lagna, Virgo rising, is often a self-starter, working for themselves. Or they do very well in management-related fields. They are often good managers because they know how to work and they know what good work is. 1 is self in numerology, 10 is career. And this relates with the 10th house, as we all know. So Mercury types tend to identify a lot with their career. Mercury types, including Virgo, takes a healthy pride in their work, typically. And they like to do a good job. In fact, insulting their work is insulting them because they identify with their work. As well, Virgos have a great blessing because the 10th house is a natural house of positively putting yourself into the experience of constructively faring in the world of improvement. The 10th house is improvement, and it's improvement amongst other people in your field. So Virgo often will try to lead by example on how the full self is supposed to be. And, you know, like they can be a weird sort of melodrama going on there. But Virgo is always the example of how every human ought to be operating objectively with other people in regards to group business finances, in regards to family. They're well behaved, and they learn to be well behaved typically. If they got a terrible Mercury, then this might not be the case. But ultimately, Virgos have a sense that they're learning how to make themselves, improve on themselves. And Mercury, through the rulership of Mercury, they're playful about it. They won't hold themselves to any idea of how to make themselves better. They won't fixate on it because Mercury doesn't really fixate on things. Again, unless it's really flattened in the chart. If it's conjunct Saturn or if it's combust by the sun. And even with these cases, this is just the makeup of Virgo is such that they have an inherent understanding of the goodness of self-improvement and the ability to put themselves through the filter or through the objective criticism of everybody. It's like they will bear themselves out in every aspect of their lives. You know, they'll kind of like talk about like, this is how I operate with my family. How do you operate with yours? This is how I operate myself on the job. How do you do it? Oh, that's how you do it? Okay, cool. Because I do it this way. Oh, so that's how you do it? Okay, all right. Okay, that's going to help me. I haven't learned how to do that yet, and thank you for sharing that information. They can share any aspect of themselves and ultimately be objective about how to make it better and improve on it. Now, we do have a benefic ruling an angle here, but this is curtailed by Mercury acting as the ascendant lord, right? We know that benefics don't typically do well ruling angles, but this is the special thing about Virgo. We've talked a lot about the difficulties in Virgo. This is one of the things where Virgo gets a break. We've got a benefic ruling the 10th house, and they are still discerning. They're playful about how to improve themselves and go farther in career, but they don't just let everything come in, although they do. They will try anything in their career and follow it through their hard researching Mars until they find that it works ultimately for them as a total human being, or else they won't get into it. So one of the gifts Virgo has is that all this stuff about their personal lives, this stuff they've got to work through. But when it comes to their career, they are intelligent about doing it in a way that works for them. Specifically so compared to a lot of other signs. This is one of the gifts that Virgo has. Mercury, as the 1st and 10th Lord, is the Virgin's self-effort. Teresa's just saying that RYAN KURCZAK'S created Asheville Vedic Astrology, and he has Virgo Rising. He is the self-improvement arbiter of everybody, and it's I would say I would agree with you. I know you didn't say that, put it that way, but I would say that about RYAN KURCZAK. Mercury is the Virgin's self-effort. You guys can see me here? Yes. Mercury as the 1st and 10th Lord. I should say every time we come to this next reading comes from Ernst Wilhelm in his Kala software. Mercury represents the Virgo natives' identification with their karmas in career. The 1st house is identification. The 10th house is karmas in career. Mercury being presided by Vishnu and ruling the 10th house. See, Vishnu shows that Mercury is willing to get into the shit. All the shit in life is just as divine as all the most divine things in life because it's all Vishnu. That's the Vishnu perspective on it. Shiva brings it in and says, well, actually, there are some things that are more divine than other things. But Vishnu says, you're right, but ultimately, even the shit is all my divine self in one, which is the self in all. Mercury, being presided by Vishnu and ruling the 10th house, inclines the Virgo native to do work that is of assistance or service to others. They often end up being, they can be the people who take out the garbage, but they can also be doctors. They can be massage therapists. They can be counselors. They can be financial counselors. They can be people who often work intimately with others, for others. Mercury gives Virgo the ability to improve themselves through their karmas. Due to ruling the Lagna, the rising sign, Mercury is a temporal benefic, whose duty it is to find productive work with which to throw themselves into. As a natural benefic, which Mercury really is, Mercury can become like a malefic by being blended with another malefic, because that's the way the mind, the nervous system kind of works. Like if Mercury is conjunct Mars, it's really the planet that it's closest to. It'll take on some of that energy, but it'll always still be considered a natural benefic, even though it'll take on that energy. As a natural benefic, Mercury gives the natives skills, intelligence, and a balanced personality that allows them to find fulfillment in those areas that Mercury is influencing. Mercury will find self-improvement, and they will gain skills, intelligence, and a balanced personality through whoever Mercury is, whatever Mercury is aspecting, and whatever is entangled and involved with Mercury. Because that's really what Mercury does for everybody. It expands our minds and intelligence towards wherever it is. But a Virgo rising in particular will develop their life skills, their self-understanding, and their identity through whatever they get entangled with. And it's never a waste. Whatever Mercury moves into, they'll go through lots of different things in their youth, and it will be useful to them down the road. They'll remember it, they'll remember playing through it, and they'll take the lessons from everything that they go to. It's all grist for the mill of them becoming the person that they want to be. It's, again, one of the nicer aspects of Virgo. Now, excuse me for a moment because I'm suddenly chilly. Brrr. Oh, I actually get chilly in this room. Oh, I just noticed Teresa. I appreciate you, Teresa. I appreciate my guy Robbie as well. And everybody here. We got lots of viewers hanging out and watching the show and hanging out with us today. We're still rolling here, folks. Next up, what we have next is... Dun, 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 dun. We just talked about Mercury, Mercredi, Wednesday, number 4. Now we're going to talk about Jeudi, Jupiter, planet number 5, as regards the rulerships of the house lords for Virgo Rising. Now we know this would be the last rather difficult place for Virgo. Let's kind of dig through and find out exactly why that is. We know that Jupiter is one of the planets that were considered evil for a Virgo Lagna, according to Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. And of course, you know, you'll notice when you go through all these, like this is just the word that Parashara used to describe Jupiter. And we all have evil planets in this way. So why is Jupiter conveyed as such? It is considered inauspicious. Jupiter rules the 4th and 7th for Virgo. Let's start digging into why that is. Here, with Jupiter ruling the 4th and 7th, we have a benefic ruling 2 angular houses, causing gestation and absent-mindedness in those 2 houses of important activity. That's really the best definition we could give. Virgos can suffer by putting too much time and attention towards other people or their spouse, or to seek happiness outside of themselves. The 4th house is a house of contentment, inner soul contentment, and then the 7th house is a house of other people. So there's a tie-in of our inner soul contentment, which is supposed to come within us, to the 7th house of contentment through others. Inner contentment is coming through others. Jupiter, you know, what we've said is that there's absent-mindedness. In Jupiter's case, it is a subconsciously active absent-mindedness, where Virgos are like subconsciously absent-minded about putting too much active energy into their connection of the 4th house to the 7th house. It's really more about the 4th house. The 4th house is the more important thing. And this is one of the reasons, again, why Virgos, like there's a resonance here with the moon being the 11th lord. It's almost like saying the same thing. The moon ruling the 11th and Jupiter being an absent-minded benefic ruling the 4th house and the 7th house. It's kind of a double whammy in terms of this theme, too. The good news is that you have 2 planets that this archetype has to move through, which means there's more chance in each chart to be saved from both of these planets being in difficult positions. On the other hand, if both Jupiter and the moon are very weak in a Virgo's chart, if they're ill-placed, if they're conjunct planets that aren't good for them, then there will be a double emphasis of this difficulty with regards to absent-mindedness in your personal inner soul contentment. If they're both well-placed, or if you've got a terrible moon, this is how you got to think of it. This is the good news, is that if you're a Virgo rising and if you have a harshly placed moon, but you've got a well-placed Jupiter, since these operate under the same archetype, Jupiter will kind of save you from being an ultimately emotionally incompetent person. because you can abide in the 4th house and the 7th house in a constructive way. When Virgo tries to please others, one's emotions get projected onto others, and this can cause suffering. They should help others without getting overly caught up in defining themselves through the other's happiness. Jupiter is the planet of grace, philosophy, and fortune. These traits are not the typical trade of Virgo Ascendant. They do well with a Zen approach to their philosophy and how they live their life. This is again really coming from RYAN KURCZAK'S, who's also a Virgo. So this is him saying his experience, what he's found for a Virgo rising. Virgos do well with a Zen, sort of like Spartan approach to their philosophy. Spartan, but also Zen about the heart. Meaning they have to be open to the needs of their emotions. The Virgo should appreciate not having to proselytize philosophically, but to enjoy the presence of divinity in the simple things. They don't need to necessarily be philosophers so much as leading people to the river to sit down, feel their bones against the hard rocks in the ground and say, doesn't that feel nice? You don't need to read it from a book. Just ask Virgo. Feel the world around you. Feel the presence of divinity all around us. It's right there. This is the kind of intelligence that Virgo is encouraging of. Moon and Jupiter at Makarka in the 7th for Virgo rising. That's a lot to say there. Someone has asked if somebody has Jupiter and the moon at Makarka in the 7th. That's kind of confusing because you only have one at Makarka. But if you've got the moon as an at Makarka in Pisces, that's a pleasant place for the moon to be by sign. Like a lot of it has to do with the sign, has to do with the houses. Jupiter in Pisces is in its own sign, and that's a good thing. But Jupiter doesn't like being in the 7th. So there's a lot to consider there. But if the moon and Jupiter are together, that tends to be good because the moon and Jupiter are both friends. So there's lots to consider there. You know, that is another thing, by the way, that I should be conveying here. I always kind of forget to. Yeah, Jupiter at Makarka. Jupiter at Makarka in Pisces is in its own sign, which is good, but it's in the 7th house, which is not as good. There'd be a lot to have to still convey there. But that person would, you know, the at Makarka is going to be operating through the house lordships. I was supposed to be talking about that this whole time. If Mars is your at Makarka, then you're going to be full of this gusto of the 3rd and 8th lord. If Moon is your at Makarka for a Virgo rising, you've got to deal with the ego in regards to how you operate your emotions. If the Sun is the at Makarka, then you've got to deal with the soul, the spirituality, and the past live content that you're now being presented with in this life. So always keep that in mind when it comes to each of these house lords. You can read a lot into the nature of your at Makarka by going through this video and poking around at the nature of the house lords. So, I hope that gives you a little bit more to chew on there. Kelzor pine tree. So, let's take our last look at Jupiter as the 4th and 7th lord. Jupiter, according to Ernst Wilhelm, this comes from Ernst Wilhelm, these little slides here. Jupiter is the Virgin's chastity, which is very interesting because, and Ernst, with his brilliant, brilliant wisdom, he puts it out here very simply. Chastity really, it's not necessarily just not sleeping with anybody or being, chasteness. It's like brahmacharya. Brahmacharya doesn't mean not having any sex or ignoring your sexual chakra. Brahmacharya means being even more present with your sexual chakra. Chastity means being even more present with your emotional and the desires that you need to fulfill yourself within yourself. And this is what Ernst tells us. Chastity is a woman's ability to never go outside herself to fulfill her needs, which comes from being feminine and receptive, which happens to the extent that she keeps her mind centered on her heart. A woman's chastity, technically as well as a man's, but this is coming through the archetype of Virgo being a feminine sign. Excuse me. A woman's chastity protects her by letting her discriminate between what feels good and what doesn't. Without this ability, she soon finds herself in romantic situations where she is not fully respected. Jupiter, as the fourth lord of feeling and the seventh lord of sexual relations, indicates the Virgo's native's ability for this discrimination of chastity. It's this absent-mindedness of the fourth and seventh house. If you are absent-minded about what feels good to you, then you're just going to take anything in and you're going to be absent-minded about it. And it creates this situation, you know. It's that have you ever been hanging out with a couple and the guy says, you know, the woman brings a guy, like let's say you got a guy and a girl sitting together. The girl gets up, gets the two of them a beer. Here's a beer for you, honey, and here's a beer for me. The guy says, "Oh, thanks, babe." Slaps her on the butt. "Thanks, babe." And then the two drink their beers, and now the guy gets up, goes to the fridge, gets himself a beer, and then comes back and sits with the woman. And he got himself a beer and didn't do what the woman did for him. And someone points it out and says, "Aw, Dave, Janie got a beer for you, but you didn't get a beer for Janie." And Janie says, "Oh, it's okay, I'm used to it." You ever heard somebody say that when you can tell there's something bad in a relationship, but the person says, "Oh, it's okay, I'm used to it"? It's not always a good thing to witness. And this is the kind of thing that we talk about with the absent-mindedness of Virgo. It's, don't worry about it. You know, if they have chastity, then they will be discriminate about. I mean, if that, you know, sometimes that's not that bad a thing. I'm just using that as an example. You know, but if a Virgo is bothered by that, she should communicate it. She should be discerning about it. And she should be talking about it. And she should be reading into her partner whether they could go through that kind of thing. Now, Jupiter also indicates the Virgo native's capacity to find happiness through others, but largely through being of gain to others, because Jupiter is this benefic wealth abundance planet. They can find happiness through others by being genuinely of use to them emotionally as well as servilely. Really, the Virgo needs to know whether it feels good to her and to her partner that the two of them operate the way they do it through the seventh house, and that they feel good through the fourth house. If the Virgo will build resentment in herself over time if she's with a partner who doesn't feel good at the fourth house way. And she will build resentment for her partner over time if she doesn't feel good serving him through the seventh house way. And this is the same thing for a man as well. For a Virgo man, it's the same thing, is that you ultimately want to be able to do things for your partner through the seventh and to feel good at the fourth house level. And if you're absent-minded about this, then you're going to build resentment for your partner over time because it's not even going to be your partner's fault. You just weren't discerning about how good it feels to you. And if it feels good to you, then you will joyfully do it for your other partner. You won't even think about it. You'll be like that woman who goes and gets the beer for her partner because she loves him. and doesn't even need him to do it for her. Again, it's the same thing for the Virgo guy. Ultimately, you doing these things are going to be good, feel good for you, because that's in the nature of Virgo. And that's that chasteness. You're doing it for yourself inside. And you don't even need to do it. You just, you operate well enough in your emotional sphere with your partner that you don't crave anything more than what's there. And by doing this, you will be of gain to the other person, emotionally, as well as in the things that you do for them. This allows you, in large part, to find happiness through others. Again, the happiness that you ought to find through others, because you don't need to find all of your happiness through others. It's a tricky thing, It's, again, you've got to be objective about your emotions, and that means not letting go of them completely, but also being with them. Now, due to ruling 2 angles, Jupiter is temporally neutral, according to Ernst, and other factors influencing Jupiter will determine if one's efforts towards happiness and partnerships are more self-centered or more true to Jupiter's nature, whether they're dharmic in nature, meaning being of relationship capacity, being of marriage capacity, thinking that this is the divine that I'm looking to express myself through. If it's a dharmic thing, then you're going to deal with all the crap that happens in your relationship. If Jupiter is ill-placed, then you're going to do it, you're going to operate in your relationships for happiness' sake. And this is the tricky same thing that goes on with Cancer ruling the 11th. I'm doing it for my happiness. If I don't get any happiness out of it, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to connect with people, and I'm going to become lonely. If you do it for dharmic reasons, if you do it because you want, this is a part of your purpose as a soul is to be happy and to share happiness with others, then it's going to pour from you, and others are going to reflect what pours out of you. But if you're grabbing it because you want it in an egotistical way, it will disappear. It's a tricky thing for Virgos in particular to have to deal with. That's true for all of us, but Virgos are very susceptible to the importance of everything I just said. So I hope that's clarifying, folks. It can be a hard head trip to kind of talk about. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is Venus. Venus is, of course, the ruler of the 2nd and the 9th house and is considered auspicious. This is the most auspicious planet for Virgo. Venus is very important to Virgo. It's interesting that it's the most auspicious planet, and that, there's a lot of funny interplays of Venus and Virgo. So, Venus is debilitated in Virgo. Remember what I said, folks, okay? Let's count the numerology. Sun is 1, Moon is 2, Mars is 3, Mercury is 4, Jupiter is 5, Venus is 6. Venus is the axis of love. If you've watched my Moon and Venus videos, I talk about this. What does it mean that Venus is the axis of love? Venus is the natural 6th planet in this schema, and Virgo is the 6th sign. So it's kind of like, how bitter are you about the fact that Venus, as youth and as emotion and as the desire to connect with people in love, how bitter are you about that reality, or how blissful are you? It's the axis of the 6 and the 12. Venus is the embodiment of both. Venus is debilitated in the 6th, but it's exalted in the 7th from the 6th, the marriage house of the 6th, which is the 12th, which is Pisces. So there's a tie-in of the nature of Venus with the nature of Virgo as the 6th. There's a tie-in of Venus as the 6th planet in the numerology of the Grahas, with Virgo as the 6th sign. And Venus rules the 9th house, the most auspicious house for Virgo. So Venus is very important to Virgo, and it's important to the love of others as well as the self. Marriage is a very important aspect of Virgo ultimately getting the love that it seeks. A lot of Virgo risings will just deal with finding what they think is the perfect partner in marriage, because Virgo is almost like a natural Venus in Virgo. They look for the perfect partner in marriage, and then they hope that the emotions promised in their analysis manifests realistically and as the reality that they hoped for. And if they have a good 4th and 7th house, if they have a good Jupiter, if they have a strong moon, if they have a good Venus, then at least if they have a good Venus, then they'll have a decent marriage. And they have the ability to understand what's needed in marriage and in relationships. This helps them this is why Venus is so lucky for them, is they know how to deal with people harmoniously and how to behave properly. And this is a value that they have. This is a value that they have for others. And they don't necessarily have trouble finding potential partners because they're so well behaved. Virgo men and Virgo women. So, the second lord is considered functionally neutral. Yet Venus also rules the best and strongest trine, which is the 9th. Right, like I said, the second house is painted white by also being associated with the 9th house for Virgo. So Virgo often has luck, grace, and fortune related to their vocation, assuming that Venus is working well. Because the 9th house relates to the vocation. It's the role you seek to have in life. It's the 12th house from the 10th. But it's also, the 9th house is it's the 12th from the 10th. It's like the emotional world, the personal world that you have that allows you to continue to sustain yourself in your career. And part of that personal world is the role that you choose to be in your nuclear family, in your marriage. The 9th house relates with Sagittarius, and it really, in Vedic astrology, it's conveyed as the main marriage house, just as Jupiter is also considered to be the main marriage planet. Venus is the contracts and vows and terms of marriage, but Jupiter is the actual enjoyment and embodiment of the meaning of the marriage. What's the marriage ultimately for? Venus is like how it feels. Jupiter is like what it actually is. And how it feels in some ways is dependent on what it actually is. That's why the 9th house is a more true marriage house. So when Venus is doing well, it keeps things going well for Virgo. Without Venus, Virgo gets difficulty regarding work and their profession and their personal life. They want to work, but they can't quite pull it together. That's when when Venus is having great difficulty in a Virgo rising chart. The second house relates to expression and the voice. 9th is education and teaching. So Virgos can be good teachers. There's an association of the second house with the voice and expression. And the 9th is related to education and teaching. And so that's where that comes from. Virgos can make good teachers. They express things firmly, but the 9th house aspect allows them to be playful in how they express things. They're playful about their ability to do things in marriage, but they stick, ultimately, Venus is more fixed than Mercury is. Venus sticks to the ideals of values that it has by having Taurus in the 9th house. Taurus is the fixed aspect of Venus. Virgos tend to be very fixed in what they want in a marriage, and the type of education that they want to teach or abide by. Really, the education, the higher education that they move towards is something that they have a fixed feeling about. Venus being feeling. And so Virgos often can be good teachers and good purveyors of what they believe in. Venus is the boat. Venus gets them there. Venus as the second, again, so this reading comes from Ernst Wilhelm. And I should say that you'd be a very interesting person if you had Venus as an Atmakaraka for Virgo Rising. This is really, again, Mother Teresa type of energy, although it can also just be a generally materially minded energy. And materially minded people are not necessarily unspiritual. Oftentimes the material is embedded in spirituality because the second house of resources for Virgo is enmeshed with the ninth house of faith and personal beliefs and personal values. Venus, as the second and ninth lord, gives the Virgo native a love for spiritual or lawful values that they are righteously proud of. The second house kind of gives some of that pride. Venus is a planet of luxury, fortune, and great wealth for the native. Due to the ninth house lordship, the ninth house being the most auspicious house possible, Venus becomes a temporal benefic and is particularly a planet of speaking the truth in a most diplomatic and well-mannered fashion. As a natural benefic, Venus indicates the proper use of resources that result in the fortune that allows the native to enjoy those areas it influences. It's particularly a planet of speaking the truth in a most diplomatic and well-mannered fashion, and as a natural benefic, it indicates the proper use of resources, the second house, that result in the fortune that allows the native to enjoy those areas it influences. And typically, Virgos will be very ethical about how they use their resources, and people will recognize this. You know, it's like a Virgo might get a house because they've got a big family, and they will allow people to come into the house for a long time, and they use their resources in this ethical way to help a bunch of people by just having them crash there and live there, for example. And people will remember this and help the Virgo out long after time has come through. You know, that's one example of an ethical use of their resources that brings them this sort of fortune by helping people in this ethical way. They'll involve themselves in businesses that they believe are actually helping to fix things in the world. And that investment will be carried farther because people also believe in the need to help people in these sorts of ways. You know, this is an example of how the ninth house and the second house brings luck, and that the wealth of the Virgo is tied into the lucky action of the ninth house, assuming that Venus is well placed and that there is positivity in the second and ninth house. Right? Robbie has mentioned that there is always a need for a balance of material and spiritual. And I would say that that is absolutely correct, Robbie. Okay, folks, we got one more left, and then I got to get out of here. Me and my girlfriend, my brother, we're all going to go on like my brother and his girlfriend, and my sister and her boyfriend are going on like a triple date today. I'm very excited about it. Now, I'm going to try to still give this all the time. It's okay. I got lots of time. But that's my fun thing to do after this. Now, everybody, the next one we have is Saturn. And this is an important planet to talk about when it comes to Virgo Rising. Let me just digest myself here and make sure that I'm giving this all the attention that it needs. I'm just going to take just one moment because I've been chattering a lot. And I can feel that I just need to have a quick breathing moment here, folks. Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Saturn. And of course, Saturn is planet number 7. As the 7th planet, it resonates with the numerology of 7, and it is an important planet for everybody in relationships, by the way. Saturn rules the 5th house of romance and such things, and also the 6th house. And there's a strong emphasis of the 6th house because Aquarius is the mula tricona of Saturn. So there's a strong 6th house emphasis here when it comes to Saturn. So we're looking at Saturn. It's functionally neutral as it rules a trine and the malefic 6th house. Usually the trine cannot be taken over by any other house. But in this case, the 6th house is the mula tricona. That's why there's a neutrality to Saturn with regard to Virgo. Virgo is unique because it's the only planet with a tie-in of a trine house to another house that doesn't remain auspicious. The mula tricona of Saturn is Aquarius. It's the 6th lord. So we would give less auspiciousness to Saturn for that reason. Plus, Saturn is also neutral to Mercury, technically. Saturn ruling the 6th house for Virgo tends to make the person really focused on working hard and being enduring, being able to last with what regard to whatever Virgo's getting into. It can make Virgo ascendant overwork, and this contributes to disease for Virgos. This is why the Virgo, being the 6th house, relates with diseases and relates with ill health and not focusing on the emotional realities that they're neglecting, which can cause them to develop disease. As we know, the material, the emotions and the mind and the body are all more deeply connected than most people think. And this is something it would be very important for Virgo ascendants to understand. They have to consider their emotions as objectively a part of everything that they are. So a consistent, regular routine of rest, work, exercise, and play is extremely important for Virgo rising. And this is part of their 5th house nature, is that they're grounded to it, like they need to do it in order for their soul to function at the best that it could. Ruling the 5th and 6th shows difficulty regarding having children, as we've talked about. And it can also show difficulty of romantic expression. Usually it's hard for Virgo to be emotionally honest and authentic, and even romantically expressive, though they can learn to over time with a particular person. They learn how to be, they tend to be the silent types in terms of how to give affection and show affection to another person. It's really more about what they do. They'll serve and they'll work hard in a relationship, and that's their way of showing love, usually. So Saturn thus gives a mix of good things and bad things, depending on how it is utilized for Virgo, and that's why it's considered neutral. What we hear is that combinations of Saturn and Mars in a chart, meaning them being conjunct or even aspecting each other, are particularly devastating for Virgo ascendant, since Saturn rules the inauspicious 6th and Mars rules the inauspicious 8th. Together they can make some gummed up works if Saturn and Mars are especially together in a Virgo rising chart. Ultimately, this really shows the fact that Virgo, a huge part of Virgo's nature, Virgo rising, is for them to be understanding of the balance of the needs of the self. And that's the 6th house. It's like Virgos, by their own nature, are lifted into Cancer in the 11th house. And they're lifted into doing things emotionally for other people in a way that doesn't actually serve them, Part of their sole purpose in this life is to be critical about their own legitimate needs for emotional balance and work balance, play balance and effort balance. This is the tie-in of the 5th house of the soul with the 6th house of practical, like psychosomatic needs. This is part of the reason why Virgos are healers, as we're about to read from Ernst's thing. The 5th house is what we want to do in our lives, and the 6th house is like healing. So these are people who get into psychosomatic healing and different ways of healing themselves and other people by being objective about it. What we read from Ernst is that Saturn is the crop in the woman's hand. What a beautiful metaphor. The crop of the sheath of wheat in the woman's hand. Ernst Wilhelm tells us in his Kala software that Saturn as the 5th and 6th lord may give joy from work, but not usually until the native has aged somewhat and grown to realize that since there's not a lot that they can gain here, they might as well be of service as they improve themselves. That can be as heavy as you want to take it, but this is the soul venturing through the 6th house sheaths of harvest wheat. This is the harvest time. Virgo is the harvest sign. It's just before the winter engagement of Libra in October. Virgo is a harvest time of the soul. And going out and collecting wheat is not as fun as laying the seeds, and then, you can't just be inside the house enjoying things when the wheat is ready to be harvested in the soul. It's not about enjoying life so much as it is being of practical service and improving ourselves and gaining the crop that is in the woman's hand. And really, this is a great time in the soul, if you think about it in the psychedelic sense of the reincarnating soul. Virgo time is an important time for spiritual harvest. And sometimes spiritual harvest, the grain is stored in the spirit by the work done in the material world. This is just what Saturn is for the Virgo native. It's a planet of practical improvement through effort. And that includes spiritual efforts as well, since Saturn rules the 5th house of spiritual practices. So a lot of what Virgo is all about is being these hippy-dippy Aquarian age type of people who will do yoga and who will do these sorts of things, get into gemstones and psychotherapeutic healing and things. Due to ruling the 6th house of disease and the 5th house, which is the 12th house from the 6th, giving loss of disease, Saturn gives Virgo their famous healing abilities. This is very Ernst Wilhelm, a very wonderful, unique thing that that Ernst is sharing with us here. Although Ernst has probably gotten this from Vedic texts, but it could be an insight of his. I don't know. I'd like to ask him. But he says, since Saturn rules the 6th house of disease and the 5th house, which tying the 6th to the soul house of the 5th, and the 5th house is the 12th house from the 6th, thus giving loss of disease. Saturn gives Virgo their famous healing abilities. Virgo has this incredible ability to just heal people by their very presence, but also to sense what healing needs to be done for people. Ruling the 5th house of spiritual practices and the 6th house of work and service causes Saturn to become a qualified karma yogi planet. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to understand there. And this is Saturn is one of the great planets for Virgo. Saturn is very much a planet of work that needs to be done as a spiritual service. Saturn rules one malefic house and one benefic house. But since the 5th and 6th lords on mutual angles is said to be a good yoga, Saturn alone qualifies as a temporal malefic for the Virgo native. This is very interesting because Ernst is giving us an insight into this that isn't necessarily grounded in Parashara. There's many Vedic texts out there, and this is something that Ernst is giving us beyond the basic fundamental rules given for Vedic astrology. And this is why I encourage people when they watch these. There's a lot of, I'm glad if anyone's watching here that they're getting this last piece of Saturn at the end. Ruling a malefic house and a benefic house would typically not be good, but the 5th and the 6th lords on mutual angles is said to be a good yoga. 5th and 6th lords on mutual angles is said to be a good yoga. That's because the 5th house is being tied in, the 5th lord being tied in with the 6th lord on mutual angles is said to be a good yoga. Ernst is using that logic, conferring Saturn to be a temporal benefic for the Virgo native. And this is ultimately Ernst Wilhelm puts the stamp on this as the final word, is that Saturn is actually not only a good planet for for Virgo, but the best. And this is part of what we know and love about Virgo, is that they're willing to work, they'll go through it, they'll eat the splinters, they'll eat them and smile, and they'll endure and get through whatever they need to do to ultimately tap into the soul, to tap into whatever resources mentally, physically, emotionally that they need to tap into in order to do what the soul wants, which is to endure through difficult circumstances. That is Capricorn ruling the 5th house, if I ever heard of it. Now, keep in mind, as a natural malefic, that Saturn may cause separation from those things it influences due to duty or restraint. It is also a planet of restricted luck, if any. Luck, in fact, is the result of the native's efforts. Luck, in other words, is not necessarily given to Virgo. It is taken. And you can consider this however way you wish, but, a lot of other signs have luck given to them in a specific way. Virgo is the one person who is at risk for not having any luck at all if they don't work for it. But if they do work for it, they can have more luck than anybody else. This is how it's to be understood. Saturn is a funny thing in this way. If you are an evolved person, you will see it all from the back end, which is the soul end. You'll see that the soul is here to ignite itself in the Agni of Dharma anyway. We're not entitled to the results of our action. We're only entitled to the fruits of our action, as the Bhagavad Gita says. If you're an evolved soul, you as a Virgo will just be doing this anyway, abiding by your Dharma. And lo and behold, isn't it the weirdest and funniest thing that you have more luck through your effort than most people get to have? Whatever that translates as may be different, luck is translatable to different people in different ways, but ultimately that is typically how Virgo rising is to be understood in its relationship to Saturn. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just like a game of Dungeons and Dragons. If the writers of that game or any RPG made it so that any character was stronger or better, then nobody would choose that character, and it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be real. In the world of spirituality, there's no better signs. No one has the deck stacked in any rising sign. We all have gifts and we all have shadows, and we use our gifts to compensate for our shadows. And this is really what it's all about for all of us. So everybody, I can see Susie says, we would be so lost as a species without our Virgos. May they be blessed. Couldn't agree more, Susie. It's a beautiful, beautiful sentiment. The Virgos in my life are very important to me. They're very beautiful. And one of the beauties that they have is that they do their thing without asking for anything. And we deserve, like any good musician, sending it, putting their full heart out into it, and all they do is put a little hat out there. You can throw money in if you want. You don't have to. But if you do, it might make my life a little easier. Those Virgos deserve every coin that gets thrown into their hat, in my opinion, because so many of them do so much good for all of us. And yeah, anyway, I could go on forever about it, but I think that this has been pretty much my whole class here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been a real pleasure. I hope that you guys have been enjoying me going through the signs in the way that I have been. You can bet that I'm going to go through all 12 lagnas, all 12 rising signs. I've got this presentation prepared for each rising sign, and we're going to go through them all, folks, here on my channel, How to Rock Astrology. If you guys have been enjoying this, you can, I've basically been doing this just for the sake of it. And I think eventually this is going to kind of do me well with everything. But if you'd like to donate to me for the efforts that I've put in here, you can go on paypal.me/Dustin Cormier, Cormier. Don't feel obligated to. Or you can just keep watching me on my channel. Eventually, I'm going to get different things going on that's going to connect monetarily in whatever way. But for now, I just like doing this and having everybody connect with me in the community way that we've got going on here. This is my legacy. This is my thing that I did with my life, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm glad that everybody's enjoying it. So, also, if you have been, if you want to check out where I get all my knowledge, I got it from Asheville Vedic Astrology. There's a description in the, there's a link in the description below for that. As well, there's links to all the books that I would have mentioned in the description box below as well. Thank you, my dear Teresa. You always give me a little bit of a tip, and I appreciate it. Yeah, for everybody watching, I'm Dustin Cormier. This has been How to Rock Astrology. We got more stuff coming up in the future, including Jupiter in its natal signs. And eventually I'm going to finish off all the moon signs. And I'm also going to be hoping to bring in more people, as well as talking about evolutionary astrology is going to be a real next interest of mine. Combining evolutionary astrology of Jeffrey Wolf Green with tropical Vedic astrology. Eventually I'm going to be writing a book about it. It's going to be something along the lines of, tropical Vedic evolutionary astrology. It's going to be something like that. If anybody is interested in that, I'm going to be building it up and talking about it more as we go along. But for now, it's just a chunk of data on my computer that I got to flesh out a lot. But look out for that as it comes along. In any case, everybody, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you, Itzel, Teresa, Susie Underwood, Teresa Sarau, Mistel Chambliss for watching, Susie Underwood, my friend Robbie Chowdhury, Kelzor Pine Tree, Not So Serious Moonlight was hanging out with us earlier. We had Claudia C. was hanging out and watching as well. Niner by Nature 88, Ocean ABC. All the folks who have been hanging out here and watching with us. Namaste. Blessings to all. Thank you, my Virgo friends, for watching, and for everybody else. I'll see you guys on the flip side on the next episode that I have of this. Watch my channel. Look out for the links to it. You'll see it coming along before it comes along. Thanks, everyone. Have an excellent night.